What's up, guys? Welcome to the Night Talk. I'm your host, Dwayne Lanham. Your co-host, Scarlet Anonymous, will be here in a little while. So tonight, guys, here on the Night Talk, if you haven't already read the description, I got really something serious on my mind. Governor Mike Dewine from the state of Ohio came back positive for COVID-19. But due to him getting ready to shake hands with President Donald J. Trump. But then a second test was administered shortly afterwards, and Mike Dewine came back negative. Now, and was also let off of quarantine, mind you. How is that even possible or plausible? When you have a COVID-19 test come back positive, you are supposed to be under quarantine for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. But Governor Mike Dewine has immediately came off of quarantine after the fact of his COVID-19 test coming back negative. 2 tests were administered. Now, I get Trump was here. I get that, it was important for him to get a COVID-19 test done. But if we have to have 2 tests come back negative for coronavirus and can't even be let out of a hospital, how is he getting off quarantine? Because it blows my mind. Completely blows my mind that our governor can get off quarantine. But if we come back positive in a hospital, we are to quarantine there for 2 weeks until 2 more tests are administered, and then we can be released from the hospital. It does not make sense. Then my next question is, do masks work? Or do they not work? Or did he just not wear one after he's ordered everyone in the state of Ohio to wear a fucking mask? Like, guys, this is getting ridiculous. This is getting stupid. Like, and I'm getting so confused. Do I wear a mask? Do I not wear a mask? Are they working? Are they not working? Morning, Pam. It's always good to see you. You know, my thing is that we have this issue going on. And see, Pam, that's my thing. Why does the government get to play a double standard when people are trapped in a hospital after they're tested positive for COVID-19? Like, let me put it for you an example. I go into the hospital, I get tested for coronavirus. Come back positive, they keep me there. I'm isolated, put it in a negative pressure room, oxygen, IV, all that fun, stupid shit. Possibly a ventilator, depending on how bad my lungs are. And they administer 2 tests. I come back positive. I'm still stuck there. 2 weeks later, they administer 2 more tests and they come back negative. I'm released from the hospital. Now, by that time, I'm in the hospital for a month quarantined by myself. My next question is why does Governor Mike Dewine get to break quarantine rules? You had one fucking test, come back negative. Not 2, 1. I get the president was in the state. I get he was in one of the largest cities in Ohio. I get that. But that doesn't exempt you from the rules, buddy. that does not exempt you from not having to quarantine. But it was a more efficient and more rapid test. So what, the ones that are fucking painful for us aren't fucking efficient enough? Like, it blows my mind. It shocks me. And it completely, utterly disgusts me. Because if I have to go through the same treatment, and I have to go through the same pain, the same effects, then you should too. Right? Pam, for everybody to see that is 100% true. He thinks he's one of the gods of the U.S. Let me tell you this. You aren't a god. You're a fucking human being. We have to go through the same shit when we go through it. You should too. Or what? Are you just not wearing a mask? When you have probably over 1 million people in Ohio wearing a damn mask, it's hot. We're dying out here where these things are. We're breathing in negative air. Like, someone help me understand this. Because I'm losing my goddamn flipping mind. Like, I don't get it. In here, you know what? Watch this. I'll go here. And I'm gonna screen share something with y'all because I literally want y'all to see this. Load. I go to my other page on Facebook. Right, Pam? I agree. This is coming from the Canton Repository. Once it loads. Because watch this. Not a lot of people understand that just because you're a governor doesn't make it right for what you did. And I believe one day for what happened today that my God, he will be judged by a righteous God, not by some man-made fake person. Thank you, Pam. The test could be faulty as well as he took could have been faulty. Pam, I love you. You help me understand this. Here we go. A more sensitive coronavirus test has been determined that Governor Mike Dewine does not have COVID-19. His office announced Thursday. A rapid test before Dewine was scheduled to greet President Donald Trump determined positive for the virus. A second test administered later in Columbus produced a different result. The PCR test for the governor, first lady, and staff were run 2 times. It came back negative the first time and came back negative when they were on a second diagnostic platform, Dewine's office said. We feel confident in the results from Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center. This is the same PCR test that has been used over 1.6 million times in Ohio by hospitals and labs all over the state, his office said. Dewine and his wife plan to have another PCR, a polymerase chain reaction test, on Saturday to confirm this evening's results. The PCR test looks for the specific RNA for the SARS-CoV-2, in other words, the genetic material specific for the virus that causes COVID-19. This test is known to be extremely sensitive as well as specific for the virus, the governor's office news release said. Dewine received an antigen test in Cleveland with a positive test result making headlines on both national TV news broadcasts and publications across the nation. The test represented an exciting new technology to reduce the costs and improve the turnaround time for COVID-19 testing, but they are quite new, and we do not have much experience with them here in Ohio. We will be working with the manufacturer to have a better understanding of how the discrepancy between these two tests, could have occurred, his office said. So, after the positive rapid test in Cleveland, Dewine said he did not feel ill. It's a big surprise, the governor said in a live video chat with reporters from the front porch of his home near Cedarville Thursday afternoon. We are very careful with who we see. I called Fran and headed back and stopped in Columbus. Some of the people who worked very closely with me were tested, Dewine said. Adding second test results were being awaited. I feel fine. I have a headache, but I get a lot of headaches throughout my life. So a headache is not anything unusual, Dewine said. I had no symptoms, no indication I had COVID-19, he said. Dewine repeated his mantra of wearing a mask and improves your odds of not spreading the virus. He was only tested once for coronavirus prior to Thursday, tested negative. Asked about apparently contracting the virus while wearing a mask before the second test results were in, Dewine said, I already got a few not very nice texts from people about that. We told you this was all fake, and we told you wearing a mask doesn't matter. Look, we know it does. If people take lesson from the fact that I apparently have it, that would be the wrong lesson. That would be very, very sad and upset me quite a bit. Public health experts advise the wearing of face masks because they help limit the ejection of breath-borne virus particles, which can potentially affect others by people with earlier or no symptoms. Masks do not generally protect a person from inhaling particles and catching the virus. Look what he said right here. Masks, as soon as my computer catches up with me, masks do not protect a person from inhaling and catching the virus. Dewine, oh my God, computer, stop it. Dewine tested positive for COVID-19 earlier Thursday as part of the rapid antigen test protocol required to greet the president when he arrived in Cleveland, Ohio for a visit to Ohio. Dewine said he typically works from his historic farmhouse in Greene County where he has lived since 1974 and anticipated no difficulties in continuing to lead state government in its response to the coronavirus by working remotely. Dewine said but even with the negative test, it does not mark a big change in Dewine's routine. He often works remotely from home, seldom dealing with staff members in person and traveling to Columbus, only for televised virus briefings. The 73-year-old Dewine who has a history of asthma problems that caused him to be hospitalized twice within a week in 2000 while in the U.S. Senate, had shown no signs of the respiratory center disease, his office said. Dewine said it Thursday he has had asthma since he was a teenager and it is under control. He uses a medical inhaler in the morning and evening. I feel good. I have a lot of energy. The governor said he remains committed to battling the pandemic in Ohio and had hoped to talk with Trump about pooling, which Ohio is doing with other states, to obtain needed testing supplies and accelerate tests. We need them quicker. We need more of them. The first-term Republican returned to Columbus, where he and First Lady Fran DeWine, who did not travel to Cleveland and has also had no symptoms. Hold on. Who had also had no symptoms were tested with others, his office said. Lieutenant John Husted also took the rapid COVID-19 test to be cleared to greet Trump and tested negative. Upon his arrival in Cleveland later on Thursday afternoon, Trump said, "A very good friend of mine just tested positive. Do you know that? Our great governor of Ohio, Dwayne, just tested positive just here. We want to wish him the best. He'll be fine. I guess he's going for a secondary test. I just said I look forward to seeing the governor." They said, "Sir, he just tested positive, but he's a great guy and doing a fantastic job." Members of DeWine State Highway Patrol security detail are constant in the governor's circle are being tested and will be quarantined until results are received, said Sergeant Nathan Dennis, patrol spokesman. The news of DeWine's first positive test brought both well wishes for recovery and derision from Ohioans, politicians, and detractors. Uh, yeah, I said remove. Right? Scarlet could have told you that as you see, and the test could be faulty as well as the test he took could have been faulty. Scarlet could have told you that as well. See, even the swabs have COVID-19 on it to begin with. And you were the first person on here besides one of us that have been saying that since COVID-19 tests have come out. I don't know why this is loading like it should. Something's going on. At least I was able to get through half the fucking thing. I need to copy that link. Give me a minute, guys. No. But guys, it's like this. He gets specialty treatment, but we have to sit here and suffer. We have to sit here and suffer when it comes to this fuckface of a governor. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Hashtag sorry, not sorry. Hashtag I said it. Hashtag truth. Taking that from Red Gypsy for just a second. I'm gonna keep reading a little bit. I gotta go. Oh, come on. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to find where I was at. So Trump visited Ohio to tour the Whirlpool washing machine factory in Clyde in Sandusky County and then attended a fundraiser in the Cleveland area. Hosted and U.S. Rep. Jim Jordan, our Republican Urbana, joined the Republican president for his tour and remarks. DeWine has postponed his typical Thursday virus briefing to Ohioans till Friday afternoon because he was scheduled to greet Trump at Burke Lakefront Airport. The governor said Thursday he plans to continue to participate in the briefings, mostly including on Friday. So, the governor said Thursday he plans to continue to participate in briefings remotely, including on Friday. Houston and new House Speaker Bob Cupp, Republican from Lima, who apparently also was negative, were among those who welcomed Trump on the tarmac adjacent to Lake Erie. Dewine, the First Lady in Houston, were administered a coronavirus test during one of those briefings on June 23rd. All tested negative. Dewine took aggressive action early on in the pandemic that began March 9th in Ohio, closing non-essential businesses, becoming the first state CEO in the nation to close schools. Expressing concerns that people without symptoms can spread the virus, Dewine recently imposed a statewide mask mandate order as the coronavirus pandemic accelerated during July, with new cases topping 1,000 a day. He began liberating businesses from a stay-at-home order in early to mid-May, but recently requested and received an order to end alcohol sales at bars and restaurants at 10 p.m. due to reports of crowds and a lack of social distancing. So, MGTOW, it is all a scam. Sweden never locked down, and they're fine, right? Pam said even 2 nurses went ahead and took several of those tests that weren't used, and the swabs came up positive COVID-19. Bring your camera down a bit. I'm sorry. Let me go talk to my mom and see if I can have my co-host. 1 minute. Sorry, guys. My mom stole Scarlet, and I'm grabbing my drinks. 1 minute. I gotta go back to my mom's room. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I went to steal my co-host back from my mother. But no, if Dewine gets special treatment, and I guess is what I'm trying to say, is I know Pam, 2 doctors sent in swabs of different fruit juice, and they came back positive for COVID. So the labs are fixed too. I know about the country; they just let it take its course. Hi, Pam. That's right. See, guys, I love how when I walk away, y'all are still having a conversation in chat. That's what I love about y'all. You know, and it's sad that fruit juices, MGTOW, are coming back positive for COVID-19. Fruit juices? Are you fucking serious? Ah. Wait on my co-host. Before we continue this conversation, I would ask TLO to come on, but TLO's not coming over. Hey, no. Oh, whatever. Which one do we want? Even though TLO's not here, we're using that better. You know, but the fact that even fruit juices are popping positive for COVID-19, that's how we roll, Dwayne. Damn, I love y'all. I do. When I start losing my wits and Scarlet knows I need her there for this shit. You know, but guys, COVID-19 is not here to stay. I'm gonna start off by saying that because this is gonna be over by election year. Like I'm done with everyone going like, oh, COVID-19, COVID-19, COVID-19 this, COVID-19 that, COVID-19 this. it's fucking spreading. No, we don't need to have masks on. Oh, shut the fuck up. There's people that can't wear masks. There is people that literally cannot wear a mask for COVID-19. I barely even wear a mask anywhere I go, and I'm going to say that now. God, I used to have enough antioxidants in my body to help me, but I don't anymore. But that's not the fact. That's not the point of the matter. How does this fucktard, who's my governor, not really my governor, God's my governor, get special treatment? Why does he get special treatment? That man that can text, right? Like, I just don't get it. Like, I don't get the fact that he is getting special treatment. I don't, because if that was me, I'd be in the hospital by myself. Like, I don't get it. Victor said, 8 p.m. I saw a pic that was taken of the back of the ambulance that Floyd was in, and it was Floyd sitting up and doing something on his phone. God, Jesus, more of this George Floyd shit. He has the money, and you people in the state give him all the power. I don't give him no power. We are literally going to have a civil war starting November 5th. You know what, Nikto? I agree. I agree with you. Because the fact of the matter is that all this shit can happen, but yet again, we are the ones suffering the consequences, and a civil war is about to break out because we all know Donald Trump's going to get reelected again. He's going to shut down the polls, say we can't vote due to a pandemic, and he's going to be president. Boom. Second term. That's literally how it's going to happen. And what's something? It is some bullshit. And impeach him, right? Pam, thank you. I've never been so happy with you in my life. See, I would impeach the bastard too if I could. Nobody likes Trump. If you're a Democrat, you don't like Trump. If you're a libertarian, don't like Trump. You know, it's guys, it's how this works. It's how this is. And people honestly, truly cannot even begin to understand that. Hey, Casimiro, what's up? I haven't seen you on the show in a while. You know, guys, here in a minute, I will be posting the link for anyone who on YouTube and wants to come in, wants to come have and sit down and have a great chat with me. I would honestly love that one, Scarlet. New York, California, Washington, Oregon, and probably Illinois will claim Trump illegitimate and succeed from the union and seek UN protection. See, and I think that's what everyone's worried about because it's going to be it's where we're going to be at. We're going to be back in another 1861 when states start succeeding. Then we're going to have that fucking divided line again of succession. And it's going to get bad. I hate to say that. And I hate to be that asshole. Pam, you are a fair Democrat. I will say that. So, I mean, guys, I think it's to the point where Americans have had enough of the bullshit. Like, I'm not even going to lie. I've had enough of the bullshit. And sometimes I feel bad for even calling myself an American. Like, that's how it is, man. Like, it's bad enough that when shit like this happens, radical political populism is very important, in my opinion. You know what? And that's your opinion, and that's allowed. But to me, I don't believe it is important because the only thing it's doing is dividing a country. They tell I'm getting ready to. I'm getting ready to because it's getting ridiculous. So when is enough gonna be enough? And I'm messaging Scarlet going like, come on. I just can't sit here and watch this country go to shit. That a country I used to be so passionate about, and a country that I wanted to serve, because now the fact that this country's going to shit, I ain't want nothing to fucking do with the fucking government. Fuck itself. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at, and I'll tell you why. One, everything going on is bullshit. Two, our government has become a joke ever since it was formed. Three, our president doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's an orange-haired orangutan sitting in office. I don't fucking like it. Four, what the fuck are you doing to our country? Why tear our country down? Why tear our country down? I've had enough of the rioting on the streets. We need the doctor. Amen, Pam. Amen. A fucking men to that, because that is the God's honest truth. But some of this rioting too is making its way, and changes are being made. I can say that. Not just because I'm a protester, and I do protest, and it does. Well, I'm not saying it doesn't. But if Pam's going to reference what I'm going to say, I've used a lot of rules that Gibbs from NCIS and I've been using them in all this shit that's going on. One, I do not believe this is a coincidence. I'm not even going to lie. None of this is a coincidence. Not a damn thing. But we got to start making changes from our government from the inside out. If we don't, you know what? But I have, and that's okay, Sir Squiggles. Scarlet,
Hello.
what's up?
How's it going? Hello, everybody.
I'm pissed off.
Hold on, I hear some weird sounds.
It's my air conditioner. Hold on.
No, it's not. No, it was on TV. It was a fly on the kids show Nature Cat. So they were talking about like this fly. So it's like a real loud, like sizzling type noise. So it's like, what the shit is that?
Right. So I'm gonna explain to you why I'm pissed off. Okay.
Okay.
The wine is getting special treatment. Now, mind you, if that was one of us that tested positive for coronavirus in a hospital, we would have been locked down.
Yep.
We would have been
and
in a
told
negative
that we
pressure
needed
room.
2 subsequent, and we probably wouldn't have got a test for another 3 days, and then told we have to have 2 subsequent tests to get out that are negative.
Well, watch this. We would be in a negative pressure room. IVs,
if
oxygen,
your hospital has one. If your hospital has one.
And a constant medications that we don't know what they are, what they're for, what the fuck's going in our bodies. They're not explaining to us because they can't.
Well, I hope you sleep well, Casimiro. Continue.
And then in about 3 to 5 days, we would have another COVID test done. That would come up negative. Okay, now we have to wait another 3 to 5 days for the second test to be administered. And then after that test comes back up negative, it would be released. But how the fuck does this white son of a bitch not only have one done, but it's positive, one done, but it's fucking negative, and gets to break every fucking goddamn quarantine rule there fucking is?
Yeah, he should have to be quarantined regardless. I don't know. I think it's sketchy. For him putting out all these rules, they sure don't want to follow by the rules themselves. Not that I'm running out to get a COVID test, but nor would I take one even to meet the president of the United States. Absolutely not. But I do see an issue with things being okay for the quote unquote elites that aren't okay for us.
Like watch this. Every other fair has been closed down, right? The Clark County Fair, which his nephew or his niece is in, got to stay open. And guess who was there without a mask on?
Who?
Governor Mike Dewine.
Screw Mike Dewine. Dewine is garbage.
Yet again, there's people like us, Scarlet, that can't wear a mask.
True.
That are forced to wear masks,
but they don't want to. Yeah, but they don't want to act like there's any exemptions for people. There's no exemptions for us little guys. But if they want to have a press conference, if they want to fucking speak in public, if they want to go meet someone, they cannot wear a mask, and then they answer the questions afterwards. But people up here, especially, have been getting attacked at stores. I mean, a lot of people have been getting attacked at stores up here, like too often.
Someone was recently just attacked in my store that I work at.
Right. Well, thank you, Sir Squiggles. We appreciate that.
A McDonald's employee, this was sometime this year, this lady got the shit beat out of her because she didn't wear a mask.
That's what I mean. And then, at the beginning of the year, remember when we didn't know how serious this virus was yet. We're seeing what we saw from China, so we're thinking it's a lot worse. When I wore a mask the few times I went out in public in the beginning, people looked at me like I had 20 heads. They acted like I had the COVIDs. Now, if you don't have a mask, they act like you have the COVID.
See, like if I
So it
don't have
just
a mask,
shows that it's mental conditioning. When I was doing it and it wasn't, mandated or the status quo to do, I was crazy. But now that it's okay, everybody's running to do it.
right? Like when I go into Walmart, I don't have a mask on, and I tell the person at the door I have an upper respiratory condition. I go into Walmart, dude, and if, like my mom said, if eyes could kill, dude, they were fucking darting me, dude, with their fucking eyes because I didn't have a mask on.
Right.
My brother-in-law did, but I didn't. And my brother-in-law was walking with me because I told him I did not feel comfortable going in there without a mask, by myself.
Well, yeah, because now, and that's sad that you even feel that way because people are psychotic.
It's bad enough that I won't even go into fucking Walmart alone by myself, mind you, because I'm literally afraid that I'm going to get the shit beat out of me, and I'm a big guy. I'm afraid I'm going to get fucking
You ain't never lied, McToe. I keep saying that. I wish somebody would attack me for not wearing no damn mask. I mean that. I fucking mean that. You want to come? Let's go, bitch. Because I'm telling you, don't fuck around. I wish someone would.
Hey,
I wish a motherfucker would.
When Scarlet turns her camera on for that, she's serious.
You ain't never lied. That's real. Well, I'm trying to get my stuff ready. I'm trying to get my pajamas on for the night talk.
And like, I've seen people get jumped like on the fucking street because they've not had a mask on. I've seen masks on the KMPD respond to this shit because people don't have a mask on, and the police are telling them if they have a fucking medical issue, they can't wear a fucking mask.
Well, here's the deal: not everybody can. Okay, and cloth masks are useless. If you have N95, like we've always talked about, N95s are safe. Those are great. Those actually protect against something, or even P100 would be better if you could actually get your hands on one. But other than that, honestly, and how long can we live like this? We're going to live like this for the rest of our lives because the virus is here. So either we, take our licks and potentially die. Yeah, that is a possibility.
Right.
Or we live in fear and let the whole economy be destroyed.
But you want to know what my funny thing is, Carl? And I'm going to say this. These little fucking surgical masks they're giving us at work and everything. I was on break. I was on my 30-minute break, and I walked back to the office, grab my phone, and grab a new mask. So when I came back to work, I had a new mask.
Right.
I just had to read a box. The box fucking states that this does not protect you or anyone else from COVID-19, but here we are wearing the fucking things.
Well, people are even wearing cloth masks, and it's all control. It's to make people feel better. The sad thing is people are now wearing masks because they don't want to be excommunicated from society. And we should never get to a point where personal choices or decisions, but then, people could choose to not be around you. People forget that in this whole COVID-19 thing, that we've actually had choices, right? That we've actually had the choice. Like if you want to go out of your house, you can. If you don't, you don't. Okay?
Right. It's like what me and you talked about the one 2 nights ago was about the whole wearing a mask while having sex fucking thing.
Well, yeah, like I have good masks, but I have medical grade face masks, which is a whole different ball game than what people are wearing. Mine have 4 layers of filtration. Mine are made and are level 3. So it's not quite the same, The filtration efficiency for those aren't made for viruses. That's really just made so that you don't contaminate the surgical environment.
Right.
So, if you're working on somebody, you don't want to be spitting in their wounds. That's pretty much why you wear a mask. It's ridiculous to think that, a piece of cloth is going to save them.
You know what? And I'm gonna bring this up too. You know, and I'm gonna say this. It's bad. So everyone knows here. I used to be a paramedic.
Right.
Everybody knows I'm now certified in first aid and CPR because my licenses were expired and stripped by the board. I should finally say that now.
Right?
So,
You know what? That's a good idea. You ain't never lied. You pop somebody in the head. You ain't never lied, McToe. I ain't playing with people. Let somebody try to fight me over this mask bullshit. I'm
you
not
know,
playing with folks. Let somebody try to fight my kid or not let my kid in somewhere because he's not wearing a mask. We gonna fight.
I gotta throw up a laugh. I remember when Mick Doe said that 2 minutes ago.
Ah, stupid.
But so I've been trying to find
Glory holes, y'all. Glory holes.
I've been trying to find CPR face barrier masks, right? For
Right. Do
all
they even
my
have
friends
any of
that are
them?
for all my friends that are going to this trans rally event. You know, me and a friend of mine is going shopping for them. Unfortunately, I won't be there. But I've called every store, called every pharmacy. I've even called the fucking American Red Cross. One fucking.
No, mine aren't reusable. I bought them before the coronavirus scare, so I bought masks in January. You can't get my masks anymore. I've just been using them. I don't use very many of them. I probably maybe only used 5 out of the whole pack since the coronavirus started. But I do have
Did you
them.
see what I said, Scarlet? I can't find the masks. These barrier masks anywhere, and you muted yourself again.
I had to mute myself because my little one ran in here, and I'm like, I'm on air, bro.
You know, I can't find the CPR barrier masks anywhere to save my life. You know, and it's ridiculous. And I'm watching this video. Oh my God, Portland, Oregon's fucking
I'm
going
gonna
off.
keep saying this though, is that I expected everybody when this started to be dressed like Ebola. You know what I mean? If this is so infectious and so deadly and yada da da, why aren't we treating it like Ebola?
Right. And look at Nevada. They had the fucking equipment. They had the shit they had. By the way, Scarlett, can you copy and send me the
Oh
link?
yeah, Renee, you can use the blue shop towels. They're just as effective as a filter. So honestly, what you're doing is probably the best protection and closest to what I would have. There's a couple brands. I believe it's like Zepp and another brand. It's not like the Scott's Blue Shop towel, but it's a couple other brands that they sell. And I believe one of them sold at like Harbor Freight. But those blue mechanic towels can be used as a filter in masks for sure.
Can you copy and send me the link real quick? If you're on your
Yes,
phone.
my allergies are just out of control, man. My sinuses feel like on fire and swollen. Like, thank you, McToe. See, you people know me too well.
You know, and like Renee, I'm about to send you the link here in a minute once I get it from Scar. You
To
know,
what?
streamers.
Yeah, I will. I'll go look up what I had put out before on that article because I have that article, and I will let you know about that.
Yeah, can you send me that link, please?
Oh, you want it now?
Yeah, so I can send it to her.
Sorry, Sir Squiggles.
Dude, when we get for everybody here on the show knows this. When we get serious, sometimes we don't see the chat room.
That's true too, because I'm just looking at comments and then like they pop up. So that is true. Good point.
We're not, and by the way, guys, I do need to mention this. The freedomrevolutionnetwork.com page is down until Sunday. We're doing some maintenance on it. So please bear with us.
Truth.
until we can get it back up. Mel said she'll have it back up on Sunday for us. I don't know when on Sunday, but once me or Scarlett have an update of a time that it will be up, I will check the Freedom Revolution Network page on Facebook, and we'll let you know when it's back up. I totally forgot to say something or put that in the description. Thanks.
And the shop towels you can also wash. So let me show you. Yeah, Toolbox shop towel or Zeps Industrial Blue. I'm gonna copy this and then it's like a PDF, so I'm gonna have to like copy it and then copy link address. And then I'm gonna send it to Dwayne.
Yeah, so I can start getting people out of here the way we get other opinions. And guys, yes, I'm tired, but I'm forcing myself to stay up all fucking night long.
Yeah, and you technically can wash them too. So that's it. So it's because they're hydrophobic and hydrophilic. So
I wanted to link for StreamYards, Goofy.
oh, for what? Oh, the StreamYard link. What do you need the StreamYard link for?
So I can send it to Renee.
Oh, why can't you just grab it out of your browser?
Because I'm not friends with her on my other Facebook.
Oh,
you're on your phone. You can just copy and paste it.
I know, but I get that. But I just wondered why you couldn't.
Because I don't have access to my old Facebook right now. I'm still working on it. I'm fighting with Facebook at this point. Fighting with Facebook. And by the way, Facebook's being gay. Scarlett, they fact checked my ass in that picture I tagged you in earlier today.
What the shit?
No, don't go on the fucking StreamYards.
Yeah, see, why not? Why aren't you friends? She's got a good point. Yeah, you can wash them, dude. So yeah, that's what this MIT thing just said, because they're hydrophobic. They would not they won't retain water. And so you'd be able to wash them and dry them. Yeah, I have bought some antiviral mask spray too at the beginning of the Rona that I like a lot. And I use it. It's made with buchu oil from South Africa. And they said it's a mask spray you can use. So I just spray that on my mask because it's an antiviral, antimicrobial. It's been known also it's also a throat spray too, so you can spray it in your throat. And it's been known in South Africa that the buchu plant oil can actually kill HIV. So this was one of the reasons why I got it, because we've heard that there's potentially HIV spike proteins in coronavirus. So I felt that would be a good way to try to combat it as well.
Right. And by the way, guys, I want to say this. Sometime next week, I don't know when. I know as of right now, the Night Talk on Monday is canceled. I know that. Okay. Scarlett knows why. As of right now.
Also, the original Red Pill show will not be back until midweek.
What, midweek of next week? Oh, yeah. For all of you that don't know or didn't see it, if you were friends with him, I'll say it now. He deleted his Facebook page. Everybody knows.
But he will be joining the freedomrevolutionnetwork.com social network site. So if people want to stay connected with Tim that way, you can definitely go meet him on fuckfb.freedomrevolutionnetwork.com.
What is it?
Fuckfb.freedomrevolutionnetwork. Yeah, so fuckfacebook.freedomrevolutionnetwork.com.
Damn.
Yep.
Renee, I sent you the link to the StreamYards if you want to come in.
Let me see it. See, here it is. fuckfb.freedomrevolutionnetwork.com or freedomrevolutionnetwork.com/social. That's okay, but when they can get on it on Sunday. So it doesn't matter if it's down right now. They can still go on Sunday. Or you can go to FRNnet. So FRNet. So FRNet.live /social. And that'll also bring it to you. And that's going to be, once Mel gets set up, that will be our new domain will be frnet.live. So that's going to be awesome. So then we don't have to always say freedomrevolutionnetwork.com.
Right, and by the way, guys, I'm gonna have an interview sometime next week.
With whom?
Ashley Murray.
Who's
She
that?
is the president of the Ohio Community Coalition.
Oh, okay.
Not the one that you don't like. Don't go there. I'm not even going there.
Yeah, that's going to be our new domain, and then the new domain is going to be frnet.live, just to get to the website. But we haven't got that one active yet. But the frnet.live/social will work. So
the reason I'm having her come on because I want to explain. I want to have her explain to everybody what changes she's trying to make as the new president of the organization, and what changes are trying to be made in the state of Ohio. I will say this: they went to a city hall meeting yesterday. I was talking to Scarlet about this, and they tore City Hall apart. Scarlet, I'm not even gonna lie. They tore their asses apart. Like, dude, they were ruthless.
true.
You know, and I feel bad for him because this councilman has been there for over 20 plus years. Trust me, it makes my brain explode. It made my brain explode when I heard that. But he went like, and he went like, I know what's going on in the police department, but I don't hear much about it. You run the fucking police department, you dipshit. Like, help? Like, you know what I mean? Like, Scarlet, it is just so fucking stupid. Video kid.
Hey,
He's here, y'all.
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can.
What's up?
Not much.
Here, let me get
Yeah, you know me.
the
Sorry,
video
dude.
separated so we can kind of see each other, not half faces. There we go.
Right. There we go.
So you know what, Renee? You were literally asking about them towels. Like sometimes, like I bought a box of them, and when I wear my mask, my Kenzie had it like where a filter can be lined in it, and I would cut them the shape of my mask and shove them down in there because they filter it.
Yeah, that's what I do. My mother-in-law, when the pandemic started, she wanted me to have some sort of filter, and I don't have the money to buy carbon filters. So she's like man-made, like handmade me some mask, like you said, and then she just told me to get the paper towels, like for the cars, and told me to make filters out of them. So that's why I was asking Scarlet for the brand that she recommended. And I also didn't know you could wash them because I've just been using them one time and then I'll toss them and then wash my mask like every night.
The mechanic towels you can keep. I think you can wash them like 10 or 12 times, and
I
they'll
didn't
still
know
be
that.
fine. Yeah,
I had no
you can
idea.
throw them in the
I would have
washer.
assumed, to be honest though, I would have assumed that they were one-time use myself, to be honest. But I still have really good masks. Like, I'm not out of like my good masks yet. Like, the only time that I've worn like my good ones were at the protests. I still have like N95s that these saved my ass at the protest though, because they have a flame and fluid penetration resistant layer. And if I
Bro,
wouldn't
they
have
did
had that
save your
shit,
ass that night, bro.
hell yeah, dude, because that
They
fire was
did.
so goddamn hot. I bet you other masks would have started like disintegrating and other shit and just been super uncomfortable to wear. Or, you know what would have happened? The little metal piece inside would have got hot as fuck and burned you.
Yeah.
That's what would have happened, honestly, if I wouldn't have had these good ones. Which these ones are nice because they have straps that go over your head. They tighten. They say, oh, you can't wear ones that have valves. Well, guess what? Kiss my ass, because this one says protection against airborne viruses and bacteria, including H1N1 and swine flu. So they can kiss my ass.
You know what?
This shit
And I will
works.
say this: we could
But that's
hear
what I'm saying.
Scarlet.
Like, unless you have N95, you're really fucked, to be honest.
We could honestly, we could really hear Scarlet really well through the mask. I was afraid for Scarlet because she said her skin was burning.
It was burning, y'all. It was super
Like,
hot.
bro,
Like, I've never felt anything so fucking hot in my life. Like,
and
I
to explain
swear, I
y'all,
shit you not.
and I want to say something to Renee. Bro, in literally a June, July, August, September, in 3 months, man, it will be literally a year since we have been friends.
Oh, in October. Yeah.
Halloween.
Yep.
So I want to give our backstory here for a minute. Because Scarlett heard about the McKinney Manor Group and the thing that he does, and Scarlett called me fucking crazy for wanting to do this. Scarlett called me
That's
back
okay.
crazy.
I just got bitched out by my friend for being a part of the group still the other day, so
So this is
that's
how
okay.
we met. Me, her, and our friend Chance met through this group on Facebook. It's called McKinney Manor. For all of y'all that want to look it up on YouTube, Facebook. But listen, no, this is interesting. We became friends. We became friends through this page, and ever since then, one has kind of drifted off because he's became a correctional officer where he's at. It's kind of got mad at me. He's even talked to me about it. It's got mad at me because I'm out here protesting. He feels like I'm protesting against him, which I said that's not even what I'm doing.
Why are people taking this shit personally? Like, unless I'm outside your house, don't take it personally. Like,
Well,
seriously.
listen, so
Chance is a very angry person anyway. He's got anger issues.
Bro, he broke his
Right,
keyboard. Okay. He broke a keyboard because he got so mad at his stream. He has spare keyboards to break. He buys spare keyboards to break.
Why even like allow yourself to be like that? Like that just seems
Because
like counterproductive. Like, oh, I buy extra shit to break. Like that's just ignorant.
Well, because when you're a streamer,
I would never break my shit. That's just
because
me.
like when
I kind of thought it was an attention thing, and Joran honestly was really worried about my friendship with him because of how angry he was, honestly. So
right,
bro, it took me and Renee 3 days to calm this dude down. Back to telling. Me and Renee have been very close. She was there with the breakup with Julie. Very concerned. We talked every day. And I've been trying to get a hold of you more, but with working midnights, I'm so fucking tired. And we became really good friends, and this is one of the people that I could say if my life was in danger and I needed a place to run to, I got Renee.
Right.
Like, it's a friendship that will never end, and I'm glad that, that this fucked up person in this fucked up group made us friends.
Yeah, see, you know what's funny? My mask box actually says indications for use. This product is intended for infection control practices in the healthcare industry. When worn properly, it will help minimize contamination caused by exhaled microorganisms and reduce the potential exposure of the wearer to particulates and body fluids. So mine actually says it will fucking protect you. Now, these are the ones that I bought in January that are the medical grade face masks that are level 3 that you can't even fucking get if you wanted to, if at all.
Bro, MG Toe just put this in the comments.
Yeah, you didn't know about that? We just talked about that last night or the night before, that they came out and said if you are caught having a party or any type of large gathering in California, they will shut up. First, they'll call out the police to verify that the gathering is occurring. After they call and verify that the gathering is occurring, then they will send out the power and water company and shut your shit off.
Oh.
Yep. That's their new jam. So if you even
they ban worship. They ban worship and they ban church, and now they ban gatherings
at your home. So then you can't even try to do like a Bible study or anything at your home. This is turning into China real goddamn quick. Okay, because Chinese are not allowed to go to their homes and worship or pray or be Christians in groups. And so this is just, they told the Chinese, you better renounce God. They told him that in the last few weeks, you better fucking renounce God or else.
Or they're going to keep torturing you until they do.
Yep. So it's about
Renee,
to get
did you
real,
hear about
y'all.
any of that?
Say that again.
The Chinese are making people denounce Christianity, and if you don't, they're torturing you until they do. Until you do.
No. Is that like
That's fun.
everyone?
Yeah.
Is that like
Yeah,
public?
everybody in China. Yes, correct. That's
Everybody in
China.
China who is a Christian is getting tortured.
Yep. And they're told if you don't renounce Christianity, shit's gonna get bad for you. Now the Lord says in the Bible not to denounce him, so I feel like this is a real dangerous thing they're setting up their people for, because they're gonna listen to the government or else they know that they get taken away. So a lot of people are gonna end up renouncing God, and then what the hell happens next? You know, people will be afraid to worship or even own a Bible, wear a cross, anything like that. That's scary. You know, I'm
but
not
I
the
will.
biggest Bible thumper there ever was, but at the same time, too, this is a shit they talked about in the Bible.
But I will give California props, because I do want to shout out.
On what?
I do want to shout out the citizens of California. When they said that praise and worship was no longer allowed, I am proud as shit that y'all gathered on the beach. I am proud that it was 5
Oh
to
yeah,
6,000
that gathering was
people.
nice to see. Yeah, it was nice to see people. I'd like to see people whatever they believe in. Shit, I don't even care if it's Christianity. I want to see a giant Buddhist fucking meditation on a beach. I want to see fucking Hindus fucking celebrating and worshiping their gods fucking everywhere. I want to see a massive revival in just spiritual nature, period, because we're losing it to this whole like worship COVID shit.
And I'm going to say this on air, and if I get prosecuted for this, I don't care. I know that in Ohio that gatherings of 10 are not allowed. I know that, and I know the penalty I will face.
Damn, they're down to 10 people? That's fucky.
Oh, watch this.
Did you know that damn troll was here today? Did y'all know that?
The troll?
Yeah, he visited a manufacturing plant. I think it was Whirlpool. I'm sorry.
It was the Whirlpool manufacturing company. It was the fucking factory.
You know what was really interesting what he said, though? He was talking about how, if you actually watch the speech, I actually shared a video about this. He actually made a deal that takes money away from the pharmaceutical industries and pulls out the middleman to get these third-party contracts where they get paid all this goddamn money. So Trump put a stop to that shit today. He said at Whirlpool that people won't hear from him for a while because he's got a lot of fucking enemies. That sounds like he's going into hiding and is concerned about this move taking away the power from the pharmaceutical industry, who basically right now, the pharmaceutical industry and the medical industries are like God right now. They fucking own all the shit.
So what
they are in control.
So
I did watch that video.
Did you?
Doing, guys?
Yeah.
So I find that very interesting. You know what I mean? Because he's tried to make little moves against Big Pharma this whole time, right?
And he's succeeding now.
Well, but at the same time, there's pushback, because you got to think about it like this. Medical companies are having the biggest run of their lives, making hella fucking cash. Hella cash, okay? They are fucking cashing in right now on all these medical devices, especially companies that own stock in Moderna, all that shit.
So
I'm very concerned. All the ventilators, and where the fuck did all those go? Weren't GM going to switch over to make ventilators only? Where the fuck did all those ventilators go that we said we were going to build? Where the fuck are they?
Yeah, but let's watch how often he's public now, since he said that one thing. So we need to keep an eye on how actually we see him. It said in the article after his trip to Ohio, he's going to plan a long weekend at his golf club in Bedminster. I can't say that, New Jersey. How do you say that? Bedminster,
New Jersey.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just wondering how long, if her really going to hiding or not, because,
That's what I mean. Because if he does, then we know that it was a move that pissed off Big Pharma, right? And they got enough money to take anybody out the fuck they want. Over 200 doctors have been killed in the last 5 years, especially holistic doctors who speak up against vaccines, speak up against legislation against alternative medicine. They've been found dead.
Bro, and I do want to say this too. Trump did come out I think it was last week or the week before about this vaccine coming out. He even said we both need it. And that's what shocked me, and I think that's
But then
what
in the same
started it.
breath, he says everybody needs one. So it's like, dude, I'm tired of these fucking mixed signals. That shit ain't gonna work.
And here's my thing. I'm going to pick apart the psychological mindset of that because y'all know I can, and I do it really fucking well. I did it to Scarlet one day, and she laughed at me because I did it so well. At one part, he believes we don't need this vaccine, right? Renee and Scarlet, are you guys with me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm making sure you guys are following me and see where I'm going. But at the same time, he's scared.
That's why I be having my camera off so you can't see.
So he comes back because he's scared and says that we need this vaccine because he's scared of what Big Pharma will do.
Hell yeah. Everybody's scared of what Big Pharma will do. Because here's the deal. They're trying to push everybody into submission by getting this goddamn vaccine. USA Today just came out with goddamn article. Are you guys ready for this shit? I'm going to read this shit because it's so fucked up. I can't even deal with this shit. They're priming everybody and getting everybody ready to be taken over. And I've always said mass vaccination and forced vaccination is endgame. Everybody's always said, oh no, Scarlet, you're fucking crazy, blah, 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 bullshit. Nah, what are they pushing the fucking most right now? That dumbass vaccine. What are states saying that they can't, if they don't have it, they can't reopen? Stupid ass vaccines. So tell me again that this ain't about this. Defeat COVID. USA Today. Defeat COVID-19 by requiring vaccination for all. It's not un-American. It's patriotic. Make vaccines free. Don't allow religious or personal objections and punish those who won't be vaccinated. They're threatening the life of others. Now, we said this was going to happen, that they were going to start saying that anti-vaxxers were a risk because last year in 2019, the WHO made anti-vaxxers the #1 public health threat. Isn't that cute that they made them the #1 public health threat the year before?
They cut Scarlet off. Renee, this happens when Scarlet starts getting on a serious phone. She's speaking truth. They tend to
Hell
cut her
yeah.
off.
Here's the deal. So when fucking they sat here and Dr. Fauci fucking says, oh yeah, in Trump's fucking term, he'll deal with a mystery illness outbreak. What the fuck? That's planned. You can't say no shit like that in 2017 and then have this shit be 2020 and he's still fucking in charge and been the only motherfucker in charge for over 40 years. You know, there's a book out about Dr. Fauci about how he's the Bernie Madoff of fucking science and fucking infectious disease. And if you don't know who Bernie Madoff is, he fucking made a Ponzi scheme and stole millions of dollars from people in one of the largest Ponzi schemes that ever got caught up, besides Enron. You guys were probably too little to remember Enron, but that was a fucking clusterfuck of shit then too. So when it comes down to it, this has always been endgame. So I'm going to continue. You ain't never lied, McToe. They can vaccinate these nuts for real, because I'm not playing. This is some bullshit. Okay, this is an mRNA vaccine that changes your goddamn DNA. This ain't no fucking vaccine with adjuvants and heavy metals and the shit that poisons you. Why kids have fucking autism, fucking food allergies, asthma, all this shit in record fucking numbers. This ain't the same shit. This is a whole new motherfucking class of shit that they're pulling out on us that have no fucking testing, no animal testing. They went straight to human fucking trials, and that shit got approved. How the fuck do you get that shit approved without testing it on motherfucking animals first? We ain't the motherfucking animals, but apparently they think that we are. See, this is some bull motherfucking shit. Wait till I continue with this article. To win the war against novel coronavirus that has now killed 158,000 people in this country, the only answer is for compulsory vaccination for all of us. And while the measures that will be necessary to defeat the coronavirus seem draconian, are motherfucking draconian. Even the anti-American, to some, we believe that there's no alternative. Simply put, getting vaccinated is going to be our patriotic duty. The reason, when an effective vaccine is available for COVID-19, which it never will because they've never made an effective human coronavirus vaccine in the history of motherfucking life, it will create herd immunity. Important to note that during the epidemic, there's no threshold above which the protection conferred by herd immunity cannot be improved. Thus, the more people who are immunized, the lower risk for all of us, including those who are not vaccinated. Nor is there an alternative to vaccine-induced herd immunity. Now they're saying this exists. Before they said
Scarlet got me kicked out.
What?
So
No.
Scarlet got me kicked
So-
out for 20 seconds.
No, there she is.
I don't give a damn. Here's the deal. They even admit that this vaccine will be a vaccine-induced herd immunity. Okay? So why wouldn't you just want herd immunity? Okay? Because that's what's actually going to save our ass is herd immunity, not fucking vaccine-induced herd immunity. So they admit that herd immunity is actually motherfucking real. Let's be real. So, they always want to talk this good shit about vaccines, but when it really comes down to the nitty gritty, this is what it's about. So they say that relying on enough people to become infected, then immune is dangerous, as exemplified by the Swedish experience. Broad induction of immunity in the population by immunization will be necessary to end this pandemic. In simple terms, refusal to be vaccinated threatens the lives of others. You hear this? So they're going to put you in jail and say that you're a health threat because now that we're under these emergency fucking orders, now that we've been under a public health emergency in the United States since fucking January, they will be able to send you to a motherfucking camp and keep you motherfucking forever if you don't get a vaccine. Mark my motherfucking words. And so they're riding on this, and now they're pushing this into the public sphere to then make everybody feel like if you don't get this, you are no longer an American. You no longer care about your country. You no longer care about your neighbor. You don't care about anybody else. You're a selfish motherfucker. No, look here, motherfucker. I'm not playing this shit. I am free. I don't need anything to induce my immunity. I have an immune system that was fucked up by vaccines, okay? RFK just came out with a new goddamn lawsuit for Gardasil because Merck lied about actually knowing that 46% of women who actually get it end up getting cervical cancer and other conditions, of which all are the conditions that I fucking have now and got after I took the stupid ass vaccine, including cancer and HPV. So, with that being said, there's a new class action lawsuit that's about to come down that actually we can sue because when you commit fraud, you're allowed to sue under the National Vaccine Compensation Injury Act that was created in 1986 to leave all vaccine manufacturers with no liability if they maim you. You can't sue them. You got to go to special vaccine court. You got to sign a slip that says you'll never talk about vaccines again if you get a fucking judgment. This is some bullshit. This is America we live in. Now, continuing on. They say,
Can you slow down a little bit?
Nope.
So
Absolutely
I can at least
not.
understand you.
Nope. Can't do it. Here's the deal. So they say, here's what America must do when a vaccine is ready. Make vaccinations free and easily accessible. Exempt only those with medical contraindications to immunization. It is likely that more than one vaccine platform will prove effective, as was the case for polio vaccines, which actually caused more polio than fucking started. And by the time they introduced the polio vaccine, polio numbers were almost zero. And as a result, medical conditions that prohibit all COVID-19 vaccines will be rare. Do not honor religious objections. The major religions do not officially oppose vaccinations. Do not allow objections for personal preference, which violate the social contract. What the fuck is a social contract? What the fuck is that? What is a social contract? That's what I'm saying. They hung motherfuckers at Nuremberg, but yet we don't get our own Nuremberg. We ain't gonna get a Nuremberg. There's gonna be a mass fucking genocide, and then we maybe will get fucking another Nuremberg. But that's it. And they're talking about if you don't do this, you're not patriotic. You're not an American. This, that, and the motherfucking other. No, look here, man. I don't have to be your guinea pig. Private businesses could refuse to employ or serve unvaccinated individuals. School could refuse to allow children to attend classes. Public and commercial transit companies, including airlines, trains, and buses, could exclude refusers. Private and public auditoriums could require evidence of immunization to enter. And they're talking about bringing out immunization cards so that you can prove that you've had your shots. Okay, they said true conscientious objectors could refuse to use weapons for religious reasons, but they were obligated to help out in other ways, serving in non-combatant roles. There are no such alternatives for vaccination. So they've told people what they're gonna fucking do. Okay, this is end game. Everybody will be vaccinated. Their DNA will be changed. And when they change our DNA through this mRNA vaccine, that changes the way that our cells actually recept COVID-19. They could say we're no longer human because they have given us a genetically modified fucking virus fucking shot that then changes our DNA. And then they could say we're no longer fucking human. And then when we're no longer human, we have no fucking rights.
Renee, I want to hear your comments. I want to hear what you have to say about this.
Exactly, Migto. We're the Jews this time. You ain't never lied, and have your gold star and your papers fucking ready.
About what exactly?
About
she
what
was just
Scarlet just...
About my
Yeah.
rant, I'm supposing.
Not
I'm
a
kind
fucking
of
rant, that's a fucking
fearful
soapbox.
because, well, background about me is I have a few health issues. I have I'm morbidly obese. I have interstitial and
Cystitis. Oh shit, that sucks, bro. My best friend has that shit, and it's awful. I'm so
yeah,
sorry.
people don't realize that I can tolerate pain a lot. People don't even
A
know.
whole bunch of motherfucking pain. Like I have Ehlers-Danlos where
much
like
they
my
can
body is
do.
always in pain. Right.
really-
and they really
yeah.
can't do much.
Yeah, so I have that, and I have IBS, and that's kind of related if you have interstitial.
Yeah.
And what they did is they cannot diagnose you with that when you're little. You just you act like you keep getting infections, but they can't find infections. So what did they do to me? What did they do to a little girl, which they've done to a million Americans? They pumped me full of antibiotics from the moment that I was 5 until I was 15 and decided to just stop taking them because why am I taking antibiotics? Why are you putting me on preventatives? I don't have infections. So they screwed up my immune system. I don't want to say it's the cause of my weight, but I feel like I'm overweight because of all the crap that happened to me.
The antibiotics stopped your gut motility. You probably have leaky gut syndrome, which then allowed the weight to come on because antibiotics destroy your fucking gut, your microbiome, and even part of your immune system. And so, yeah, I was on a bunch of antibiotics as a kid too because I kept getting strep throat over and over and over and over and over and over
again.
And
the only time I got better is when I started seeing my father, who is a holistic doctor. His name is Theodore Cole. He works at the Cole Center for Healing. He started putting me on supplements. Yeah, he's really awesome. And I started taking probiotics and I started taking supplements, and that's how I got my stomach back together. Not where it should be, but to the point where I'm not going to the bathroom every 5 minutes. And doctors couldn't tell me what was wrong when I was having my IBS symptoms. So, and I had my vaccines when I was little. My MMRs and everything like that. But then when I was old enough, I got one flu shot and that was it. I think I got one flu shot from when I worked at Walgreens because I'm not comfortable with them. And my father-in-law, he's against vaccinations. This man is not stupid. Most holistic doctors, they don't have the credentials that they're an actual doctor. He's an actual doctor. He went to medical school. He decided he wanted to do holistic health because he didn't like what a regular medical practitioner has to do. He knows it's fucked up. Are you okay? Oh.
No, I'm saying I second that.
Oh, no, I want to make sure you're okay.
Because of being in the medical field and seeing what we do to people, I second that.
Yeah, a regular doctor, a doctor, they're a kid, they go to all this schooling, they want to help people, then they get into medical schooling and they realize there's all these rules and regulations and they're not really helping us.
No.
So
they can't.
All they want to do is give you an antibiotic and send you home. That's it.
Yep.
Amen to that.
Send you to, or then eventually send you to a specialist who then pops more pills at you, and then when they can't figure shit out, send you back to the GP, who then sends you to a new specialist, who then, the cycle continues. Where at least holistic practitioners and homeopathic doctors at least try to get to the root cause of the illness.
Yeah,
and
they're not trying
to
give you medications, and then you have to take other medications to help the side effects from the other medications, and then you have all these people that are on 10 different pills. So, and it's just sad.
I have an audio issue. I'll be back.
Thank you.
So how do I feel about vaccines? No, it's kind of scary. Cause like a part of me wants to think about history. You know, we have battled pandemics before and they've given us vaccines and, you know, has it helped or hasn't it? And then at the same time, I get scared because I'm like, well, you know, this shit isn't cool. You know, maybe it's really hurting people and messing people up. So, I mean, I don't know.
Vaccinations are safe and effective is the greatest lie ever told. And one day we will sit back and realize that we were lied to as a nation, especially because when Reagan sold us downriver with the 1986 Vaccine Compensation Injury Act, he basically made deals with the vaccine companies to where they would never be liable, ever. And so that's a big issue, is that they can create whatever product that they want that's shit and inject it into people with limited research. There's no long-term studies done on vaccines, and there's no double-blind placebo study.
So,
Okay.
like, what was the first vaccine created? Like, what, like did they ever have good intentions when they was first trying to make them? Like, I'm talking about like the very first vaccine ever made.
No,
which I don't
because
know.
they knew it was like 1893. There's actually a book on Google from 1893 from the medical officer in, I believe, San Diego or somewhere in California, and it was from 1893. And he was first messing around with vaccination. And how they did vaccination then was they would stick a needle in the arm of an infected person, and then they would take a little bit of blood, and then they would inject it into the other person, right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was first vaccination. That was literally the first vaccinations, how they did them. They would just stick a needle in one into the other and then infect them that way. And after a lot of his patients started dying, and they were children, he said that he doesn't know if it's really actually helping or hurting. And that was just when they were playing around to see if you could infect someone to get herd immunity, you see. That's why they were doing it to begin with, was to infect as many people as they could so that you could get people over it, right? So that was the first intention, was to try to speed up natural herd immunity. So that's why I have an issue with the vaccines, because they're just trying to inject for health, when naturally as human beings interacting with each other, we will catch things, but we will also create, you know, a guard for them. And yes, some people will die, but people die every fucking day. Ever since COVID, they act like nobody fucking died. You know, like nobody was dying and people weren't dying every day. They've already said that the numbers of people dying already is lower than the national average for a year anyway. And it's 30% lower.
I think this vaccine is bullshit though, because my brother's smart and he talks to me all the time. Like, COVID-19 is supposed to be so bad that like you can't make a vaccine for it. Like, because it keeps changing. So how can you make a vaccine for a virus that keeps changing? And when a human gets a virus,
and they said they can't even find the original fucking coronavirus. They said they don't, when they've been testing, they can't find that original strain that existed in China now. So how the hell are you going to make a vaccine?
Because it's changed since it came over here. There's 7 strains, they say, of this. Shut up, Dwayne. Of this COVID-19, there are 7 separate strains. So right now, there's 7 separate strains. So already 7 separate strains, and they can't find the original motherfucker.
Okay, so
see what I'm saying? So it's like, how the hell are you gonna do that?
So my fucking question is, and then my mom's gonna say something, is if there's 7 fucking strains and this fucking thing keeps mutating like I'm a fucking person off of fucking X-Men.
That's funny.
Where the fuck did their first fucking sample go?
That's supposedly the sample that they sent over here to be the PCR fucking test that the CDC was supposedly checking against. What the fuck? And what are they checking against then now?
Or how about this, Scarlet? How about when you're sick and you're not feeling good and you go to your doctor and they tell you that you just have the virus that's going around and there's nothing they can give you for it. You just have to let your body run. You have to let the virus run its course through your body, drink lots of water, get lots of rest, that there's nothing that they can give you. There's not an antibiotic. There's nothing they can give you for a virus. So how are they going to even come up with anything
And-
when a virus can't be treatable to begin with.
Well, yeah, because viruses can be treated, but really what they are parasites. If you really look into what a virus is, it's a parasite. Okay? And so viruses really aren't what viruses are like they claim, because a virus is
Right.
technically a parasite. What's up, TLO?
TLO in the house.
TLO.
You know, by the way, guys, the person talking you can't see on the camera and don't know the voice. Talking to Video Kid. This is my mother, Billy. I normally don't say her name, but today I am because it's normally on
No,
screen.
I'm Dwayne's mom. That's
No,
what we know right now.
You're Billy.
But
Oh, I knew that already.
it's the way things are starting to play out and unfold. It's just one fucked up thing.
It is.
Well, I don't
It
want
truly
that.
is. I mean, where we're going with this is just dangerous, and I
You know
just
what?
I
Like
don't
I
like how
said-
we're turning everybody against each other, because
Like-
I believe in medical freedom. Like, if you want to go out and get the coronavirus vaccine, good for you. You want to get an MMR, good for you. But I think also that there should be informed consent where people actually know what the fuck can really happen to you, not just what they say. Like, oh, well, there really isn't going to be any side effects to the vaccine, so you don't have to worry about it.
I want to take this a step further for what you and I were talking about. And this is what they're also doing with the coronavirus. Look at California now. And it's not in the houses, it's just in churches. Look at the revival that I just sent you, because now churches in California can't even praise and worship.
You can't even have a party at your house now, or else they'll come turn your water off and your power.
And in California, you get caught without a mask, you're getting fined.
Nah.
They're
Not even
talking about
anymore.
Canada, instant $100 fines if you don't have a mask, and certain states are up to $5,000 for an offense on not wearing a mask.
Yeah,
that is
and
ridiculous.
Here in Ohio, where it's all being enforced, and our lovely governor has it one minute and is just miraculously cured and doesn't have it the second.
No, wait, because now I'm going to say something. Hold on.
You're in my ear.
Then move, because you're cramping me. I'm literally hurting. Listen to this shit. Why can go fuck himself? Because here's the thing. This motherfucker, I literally need you to move. I'm hurting. This motherfucker can get this treatment, this special treatment. Yet again, like I explained earlier, that was fucking one of us.
One of us.
Damn it, if that was fucking one of us, he would have been stuck in a fucking hospital for a month. How about that?
Seriously,
but yeah,
though.
here's your fucking bitch ass coming on a fucking interview from your fucking house when there's fucking others, millions of people dying from fucking COVID-19 in a fucking hospital, can't see your loved ones, but you're in a house with your fucking wife. Go fuck yourself, dude.
Like, this whole, like, no loved ones, no funerals, all that shit is to dehumanize people and pull them further apart from each other so that the connections that people have get broken, so then you can't have a standing chance to fight. Because if they divide all of us, we don't have a united front to then come against them, you see.
Renee, you're muted, by the way.
I think she knows.
No, go into StreamYards and unmute yourself.
She's like, oh, shit. Right? I bet. Yeah, we can hear you
talk
now.
real quick to make sure I can hear you.
No, I heard her.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're good. I bet all of our governors can get hydroxychloroquine. I bet you they can. I bet you we can't, but I bet you they could, and I bet you because they can get 2 tests in a day.
Dude,
You know,
state,
when regular
Renee,
people are struggling who want one to even get one.
Renee, our state banned hydroxychloroquine.
I saw that.
Yeah, that's
that.
fucked up.
And you know,
That's
I
because
little bit weird.
DeWine has stock in, I believe it was Moderna. Was it Moderna, Billy? Was it?
She's not in here.
Oh,
My
damn it.
language kind of
But
got
she had shared something about how DeWine has contracts with a pharmaceutical company, and this is why it was pushed to get rid of hydroxychloroquine.
But he banned it right after that video that they kept taking down with those doctors talking. It was immediately right after that.
Well,
And I
yeah,
watched
and now
was
they've been
20
trying
I
to.
can tell you the hours of it. It was 24 hours.
Yeah, and not only
After,
that,
hold on,
they've been
hold
trying
on.
to bash those doctors ever since because that stupid ass Forbes article that came out saying that we shouldn't do our own research.
It was 24 hours after I shared the
Did you
video.
see that Forbes article? I snapped about that last Friday on Clarity After Dark because that's the most fucked up article I've ever read in my whole life, trying to say that we need to believe scientific consensus, whoever the fuck that is, but they don't say who that is or how they get certified. But we're supposed to believe in scientific consensus and not do our own research because we can't use our critical thinking skills appropriately. This is what the fuck they
Right.
said. We ain't got brains apparently to use.
And I'm going to interrupt this brief show for a quick second. I hate to do it to everybody. If you want to donate, how can we donate now? Cash App. Cash App or PayPal?
Oh, yeah, you can go to Cash App, FR Network. Also, you can go to PayPal me / Freedom Revolution 19.
Hold on, I think that's it. Hold on. Because Mel just sent me the stuff earlier.
Yeah, I think it's Freedom Revolution 19 is ours at PayPal. So you can send it PayPal or Cash App.
It's Freedom. It's PayPal me it's payments at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com is the email.
Okay, yeah, you can use that too. Yeah, payments at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com if you want to find us on the email.
I'm not the only show here on the Freedom Revolution Network. Tomorrow we have Clarity After Dark with Scarlet Anonymous. On Sundays we have Diff, Journey into Freedom with Red Gypsy and Scarlet. Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays we have Tim with the Original Red Pill Show. Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays we have me, the Night Talk. And then we have Thursdays at 5, not Journey into Freedom, Literally Librarian. And have you figured what the fuck's going on with Elle?
No, I have not. And so I'm going to actually try to figure that out. I'm going to reach out to Mel and ask her, does she know what's going on or if she took some breaks or what. But yeah, that's interesting, MGTOW. I didn't know that Bush Jr. signed a law with experimental drugs that technically they wouldn't be able, because I thought we had the right to try. You know what I mean? When it comes down to a disease that we don't know about, or when you have cancer or rare diseases, I thought we had the right to try even experimental drugs if we want to. Okay. And so that's what I don't understand. And how come they haven't done more studies? They've had time now. It's been 8 months. You could have done, 7, I guess, if you don't want to count January and we don't count the first few weeks of August. So let's just say 7 months. They've had 7 months to do studies to figure out if hydroxychloroquine could work.
Right.
That's enough time to figure out
when this doctor comes out.
But if they did and it worked and it was cheap and it was easy, why would they want us to have it?
They
that
don't, because they want
control. They can't. Right.
But here's my thing here. When this doctor, this Nigerian fucking doctor, which I love this woman. Alrighty, I don't even know the fuck she is. Comes out and says, I have treated 350 fucking patients that have heart disease, asthma, diabetes, stomach issues, gastro issues. None of them have fucking died, nigga. Come on, you gotta be fucking saying something.
I mean, supposedly because they're not a part of scientific consensus, their fucking opinion doesn't matter, apparently. Okay? Because this new scientific consensus.
I want to go on my soapbox. Because here's the thing. If fucking hydroxychloroquine will work on me, my son, my mom, and we all fucking got it, the first fucking thing I'm going to try to do is get my hands on that medication.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can make your own quinine, actually, too.
Well, that's the first thing she said is her patients would come in scared because the fear that they've done. And she said the first thing she told them is no one has to die. Right. So that was in her thing.
Yep.
No one has to fucking die. Then why are we letting 60,000 people die?
Yeah, tonight I was watching stupid ass Colbert, and he was like, Trump killed 145,000 people. No, Trump didn't kill shit. Okay, first of all, that didn't happen. Okay. Second of all, people are going to get sick, and it's no one's fault. And they're trying to say, "Oh, Trump mismanaged this, that, bop, bop, bop." Okay, the shit he tried to do in the beginning when he tried to ban all flights and all international flights, they about pulled a conniption fit and told him he was a fucking racist. Okay.
And I'm heated because this isn't Trump's fault.
No, and it wasn't racism to ban flights from China. You know what it was? Fucking smart. Because guess what? Chinese New Year was happening at the time. The largest fucking people migration in the fucking world at the time, where 500 million people travel inside and out of fucking China during this 6-week period of Chinese fucking New Year. That is the perfect time to ban all those people from coming in to fucking the United States. Had they done that, we might not have even seen it the way that we would have. If we would even have had hard borders where we're like, if you ain't from the United States, you ain't got no damn visa, you better get the fuck out. Because if you try to come in, your ass is grass. If we would have tried to do that, it might have been better. And now the State Department has just lifted travel restrictions. So now there's no travel restrictions for us, but most countries will not even let us fucking go there.
And here's my thing. And if you go back into the NFN very beginning of March, when me and Scarlet started hardcore covering this together, and if you go back in, hold on, because I can tell you the fucking date that I was in the hotel and I was on Scarlet's show. I can literally sit here and give you the fucking date that we covered this.
It was like March. It was like March, wasn't it?
It was. So what? I was in the hotel March 13th.
I believe March.
I was in the hotel. Oh.
No one does have the class or panache like Carson. That is so true.
I was in the hotel March 13th. A week before my birthday, 2 weeks before my birthday, a week and 8 days. It would have been March 13th when me and Scarlet started covering that. Go back a week, March 6th. Actually, it would be somewhere still in February.
Colbert is a punk.
And if you go back when we started covering COVID-19, you would have saw that we covered Chinese New Year.
Hell yeah, and how it was the largest people migration.
You know what, Schmeck? I said it in a non-racial way, so your opinion can just sit there. I'm sorry.
Well, he is right, Dwayne. He shouldn't.
But here's my thing. When we have a medication, now, mind you, I am against giving medication. I am sorry. After the shit that I've seen done, and as an EMT, am I against giving meds? Somewhat, yes. When we have a med out there that can possibly work.
That's what I mean. A lot of my friends, too, are anti-medication, period, which I understand that. And again, no one should have to take hydroxychloroquine if they don't want to. Now, keep in mind, too, there are serious dangers with hydroxychloroquine. It can actually cause psychosis and a bunch of psychological issues. And so you do have to be careful. I mean, this is not a joke type of drug. It's an antimalarial that, basically you have to kill your whole system, because when malaria comes in, it's like an exosome, like I said, and viruses are basically parasites. And so it is a dangerous medication to some degree. But in African countries, people have taken hydroxychloroquine or quinine or chloroquine quite a lot. There's some people who have taken it 20, 30 times. So to some degree, I get it. But there are a lot of soldiers who have had issues after taking it. But like I said, there's natural ways to procure quinine. You can literally boil grapefruits. Okay, you can boil grapefruits and extract the natural quinine.
Yeah, but I mean, there's like side effects with all sorts of medications, but they'll give that to us if, they can get money for it.
Right.
So,
Well, that's just it. And the fact that it's cheap, that's one of the reasons why they're coming after us, because it's cheap.
well, in Ohio, now
You all
that
right,
people that
Dwayne?
actually need it,
Yeah, I'm hot.
You're
hot. Okay.
My soapbox kind of overheated me a little bit, so now I'm trying to get myself to cool down because if I don't, I know the consequences of it.
so now in
Right.
Ohio, if you take that drug, like people that have autoimmune disorders and they actually need it,
Lupus. Yeah, the lupus people. Yep. Dude,
they're
are
having
they
a
banned
hard
from getting
time.
it?
Yeah,
They don't get
they're
it
like,
now?
yeah, well, I don't know, but I heard that it could affect them. I heard someone talk about it who needs it, and she said she had an autoimmune disorder, and she said her and her doctor was having to take more precautions or like steps to get it now. And I don't think that's right if you've been on it and that's what you
Or
need.
what if you were newly diagnosed?
You know what? Here's my thing, though, and I want to say this. If you were duly diagnosed and you were on the medication before the ban,
Yeah,
now
but what
watch
about
this.
after? What about people who get diagnosed with lupus right now and then they can't even get hydroxychloroquine that could
Well-
help them?
Well, watch this. And this is coming from a medical background. Okay? When most medications have been banned, right?
Right.
But they've been on the medication before the ban. Doctors in the pharmaceutical, in the medical state, the medical board has allowed patients to stay on it because it was helping them. There was no reverse reactions, right? So
Right.
with people that have lupus that are on hydroxychloroquine, should still be able to get the treatments that they are receiving.
See, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. What if they get diagnosed now after the ban? That was my biggest question. And I get
Then
and
they
I would
should
hope
still
that
be
they
able to
wouldn't cut
get-
them off.
Then they should still be able to get to medication because let me say this. I've known a lot of patients that have had that and the doctor has prescribed it to them because they got it approved through the medical board. Any medication that is banned has to go up to the board. And it's a fucked up way, but 9 times out of 10, the board will not disqualify that. The board will actually pass it, right?
Yeah.
Let me use it in my situation. When lithium was taken off the shelves and when they were, oh my God, when they were taken off the shelves and it had to go back to the medical board when I was put on lithium, right? Now, when lithium was taken down, they were now having to go through the board to get approval, which that meant lab work, getting, lab work showing significant signs that this medication is needed. Am I saying this is an okay process? No, but am I saying is it a effective process? Yes. Because
But
once
is it
again,
effective though? Because I mean, now
Well,
we're telling
watch.
doctors, look at this, Dwayne. Look at this. Now you got motherfuckers telling doctors what the fuck to prescribe for their patients. That's a
Right.
big ass issue. That's a big
Right.
ass issue. I'm serious. Really think about that.
I know,
They've
I
got
know it
people
is.
who aren't even like necessarily doctors making choices for medical practitioners. That's a big issue.
But watch. So when they go against the board and Scarlet, since you're on camera, I'm having a face-to-face conversation.
Right.
When these lab works start hitting the board, because
Right.
of the medical issue, and the board starts seeing, it's bad enough, that they need this medication. So am I saying this is an appropriate reason to do it? No, and don't mind my stuttering, guys. I got overheated, and
Right.
I'm-
You got anything that
somewhat
can you
okay.
go? Do you have any ice at your house that you could go put
My
in a
AC
cold
is
drink?
blaring on me right now.
Oh, you got the
I
AC on?
turned my
Good,
back.
good.
So when the information
Oh.
starts hitting the board, and when the information starts hitting the board, the lab work starts showing up, these other tests start showing up, the board's going to look at the diagnostic test because even hydroxychloroquine is a very risky medication.
Drug to begin with, yeah, like it is. That's
No,
true.
I am answering her question. I'm just giving it from a medical term. Scarlett knows what I'm doing. So to approve that medication, I would not say that the medical board is going to say no to giving the hydroxychloroquine.
But they could. But see, here's
They
the problem, that
could.
we're giving them the rights to do so, which that's
Now,
very dangerous to start
I did
telling
not
doctors
say I approve of
what
that.
to do.
I did not say I approve of that. You heard
Oh,
me.
Darren. Are you in
You heard-
Australia, Darren? Are you in
You heard-
Australia, Darren? I
You
gotta
heard
ask
me.
him this because this is important,
No,
Dwayne.
you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No,
saw
because
it.
I want to know if he's there.
You
Yeah, but to a new patient though, like let's say I go this week and I get diagnosed with lupus, right? Oh shit, Dwayne! Damn it, Dwayne! No, come back to us, bud! Damn it,
not
Dwayne!
even. Hold on.
Go stand
I'm
by the AC. Go stand by the AC
It's right
now.
here on my face. Ugh, I gotta shut my light off. Hold on.
Yeah, shut your light off.
You might
When
see
them
me
glasses
fall
coming, dude? We almost lost Dwayne to a seizure, y'all. Like that was close.
Dwayne caught it.
Okay. I just need to know.
I'm back.
I think he
Okay.
needs to hydrate more too. He's not drinking
Dude,
enough right
I've
now.
been drink. No.
Yeah, what have you?
been
I haven't
drink-
seen you drink anything in 40 minutes.
I've been sipping out my Gatorade. It's been here by
You
me
better
the
sip it
whole
again.
time.
You better take another drink. You better take another drink. Thank you.
But what I was okay, he said I am. Bro.
Oh shit. Yeah, you know what? Australia's fucked right now. You know, I feel so bad for them because they don't have a Bill of Rights. Okay. They don't have any protections for themselves. They're talking about you got to wear a mask outside. They only want you to go, you can only go outside for an hour, and they're acting like they don't even want to let you out. In certain places, you got to call the cops to have them let you out. In Australia, you can't even leave your house. You got to get permission to fucking leave.
What are
Now,
they
see, this is what-
doing economically? How are they surviving
Nothing.
with their jobs? And is
Nothing.
their government helping them?
A gamer friend of mine that I play with online, and this has got I got an update from him on it. He went like, my house is locked. Besides when I go to work, I come home. The police are waiting for me when I come home.
Right.
They lock his door. Then a few hours later, he's allowed out for an hour. And then he's in his house. So he's in his house about 13, 14 hours out of the day.
I swear I had just posted something from an American who was living in Australia
That's
who wrote this plea to the people of America to wake up about what was happening. And it was very telling. You know, she was basically talking about all the different regulations that they have them under in Australia, how there's no freedom of movement, you know,
So
it's
are they,
already
like,
pretty
using
bad.
this virus for like global domination, as crazy
So,
as that
so
sounds.
what it's called is the New World Order or the New World Takeover. And Schmeck, this is my show, so I'm gonna come in and make points when I need to. I'm just throwing out. I know you went Scarlet to speak, but this.
That's what I
This
mean.
price.
An hour for exercise. That's all you get. 1 hour a day, y'all. How could you survive that? I would be going apeshit. Are there been a lot of like attacks at all, or has violence increased at all in Australia? And you know, they got the Chinese coming there every day on planes and shit. Okay. But yet we got to protect everybody on the island. But how come the Chinese can come in? That needs to be asked. Somebody needs to ask the Prime Minister. Okay. Somebody needs to ask him, why can the Chinese come in? If everybody else can't come in, why are the Chinese coming in? Oh, wait, because Chinese have financial stakeholder status in Australia. And so that's
You
why
know what?
it's
And
allowed
I
to
want
be
to
done.
I want to talk about China here for a minute. You know, and I want to talk about China, you know. So we have a Chinese embassy in Los Angeles, California. The Chinese government ordered us to shut that down, to close the embassy. We did.
No,
But
we
you know
shut
what the
down
US
their
did?
embassy. No, you're wrong, Dwayne. So I have to correct you because you're wrong. And it was in Houston, Texas. And we went there and we shut down the consulate and raided them. And then they shut down their American consulate in China.
Oh yeah, that is
Wasn't
true.
like protesting before this virus even broke out over there? They were protesting. I remember. I don't
Hong Kong,
remember about
But
what.
here's the thing.
correct.
Here's
About
And
the
then
the way
that
they've been
virus came
treated.
out.
Well, see, it was about the way they had been treated. Now, interestingly enough, a company in Hong Kong was one that was researching coronaviruses and had stake into it, with the previous SARS-CoV virus, which was before SARS-CoV-2. And they had some very interesting connections that we had brought up at the time, because it was like, oh, isn't that cute that a company in Hong Kong who is working on coronavirus and doing research and studies, then not too far away from, where everything goes down. So China had an autonomous agreement with Hong Kong to leave them autonomous and free till I believe like 2040 or something like that. Well, China
2035,
says now, something like that. China now says, look, we renege on that. We've taken that back. Okay. And now we're going to take over autonomous control of Hong Kong, of which the people have basically it's been like a free state with basically like a little bit of Americanism in it, for as long as I can remember, since Hong Kong's been like that. They're afraid that that's going to be taken away. And so they need to fight it. Oh, okay. More with the police, though. Yeah, see? Because I just wondered if people are starting to lose it a little bit. If
and
you
like,
can't
here's
get...
my thing.
Yeah, and MGTOW's got a good point. You only get 1 hour of exercise in federal prisons.
Well, now, wait
Okay?
a minute.
You get your 1 hour on the yard.
Wait a minute. That's only if you're in the box. If you're
That's not
considering
true.
what they call solitary confinement, you're only allowed out of your room for 1 hour.
Federal prison, Dwayne, not regular prison. Federal prison.
That would still be federal prison, because I know like Mansfield has our federal prison program, which is their main tier program. God, am I cold as shit? But I'm not shutting my air conditioner
Good.
off because it feels good.
Freeze your ass out. No, we got to freeze your ass out. Oh, Hong Kong just came live with their daily press conference, because I've been following. Hold on, Dwayne. Let me say what I was gonna say. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We got some interesting information. Hold on. Stand by. Breaking news. Rockets are
Aaron's
being
been
fired.
shopping or just
Rockets are being fired into northern Israel. Breaking news.
from China?
We don't, not from China, just rockets are being fired into northern Israel. We don't know by who, but rockets are being fired into northern Israel.
I knew the shit with Israel was gonna fucking go fucking haywire.
I told you. Did I tell you who this was all about the other day?
Before we get into this, I want to catch Renee up. Just a short, quick bit.
Okay.
So 2 days ago, Renee, we don't know where they came from, but Beirut, Lebanon was destroyed. When I say destroyed, it was fucking destroyed. There was
and as well as 6 other explosions across the world during that same 24-hour period.
Not our state, but our country.
6 different explosions across the world. I didn't say Ohio.
No, I said in our country. There was one here.
Oh, yeah, there was. And St. Paul, we don't know what caused that fire. That was a $69 million apartment building that was being built in St. Paul. And some people said that there was a lot of homeless people across the parking lot and stuff. So potentially maybe somebody could have started it on fire. So that one might not be as connected.
What were some of the other explosions? Because all we've heard about is the main one.
There was China. There was Iraq. I don't know. I got fact checked.
It was like Najaf. It was like Najaf, Iraq. It was Beirut. China had an explosion. North Korea had an explosion.
Do you know how I first heard about that?
Like that?
I first heard about that explosion from a friend on Facebook, and he posted a TikTok video, because that's how some of us get news feeds, because of TikTok. They're all over the world. Well, when they first posted the video, I don't know who was stupid enough to say this. because he posted it, and my friend was even questioning it. I don't even know why. Said they were fireworks. I saw that video.
They said it was a fireworks factory. This is why this was said, because the first reports were that it was a fireworks factory,
But
and
okay,
that's
why
what
is
exploded.
ammonium nitrate? Why is ammonium nitrate in a
Then they tried to
factory?
change. Then they tried to change and say that it was the Hezbollah hotspot for ammonium nitrate. But let me tell you what. Okay, only a few chemical reactions can make that brown color that popped out of that fucking smoke, and it ain't ammonium nitrate.
That's not
It's not an ammonium
It
nitrate.
wasn't a firework. I saw that video within the first, few seconds, and then saw his comment, and I was just thinking in my head, that's not a firework.
Well, me and TLO watched.
Well, when you see that first video that they show where it was like one of the most popular videos where it's like the view of like the front of the building, and you see the smoke billowing, but it's like before the smoke got really intense, you see at the beginning there was explosions all around the base of the building. Okay,
Which
all around the base of the building.
We thought they looked like
almost like
seconds later is when you see it expand.
Yeah, almost like a controlled demolition that you would see when they rig it up with the controlled explosive charge, right? And so you saw all these explosions at the bottom, then you see the fire. But if I posted a bunch of videos on my Facebook, okay?
Bro,
and
she did, dude. Like, my newsfeed, Scarlet, was packed with your shit for days. Like, the first, 20 things I see is Scarlet, not Scarlet.
During a news event, I'm posting like white on rice, y'all. Like, that's real. And so I watched a video. I watched a video from a channel called Middle East Eye on Facebook, right? And it's like a Middle East type news page. They showed a video of clips of all the videos at the moment of the explosion. The interesting thing about the explosion, and it was one video that really kind of like showed me what was up. The initial blast wave. This is why I think potentially it could be a direct energy weapon. The initial blast wave, there was a video where it looks like a nanny and 3 kids. There's a young toddler, maybe a 5-year-old, and maybe a 7-year-old. They're all standing in front of the window looking at the fire. Obviously, that's what I'm assuming they're looking at because they're looking out a big window, at that, All of a sudden, you could tell the little boy saw something that made him jump back because he stepped back 1 step away from the window. Then about 2 seconds later, the first blast wave comes in and busts out all their windows and knocks him to the ground. Okay. Then about 5 seconds later after the first... damn it, Dwayne, stop interrupting me. Then after...
email address.
Stop, Dwayne. Shh. Oh, yeah, send him an email address. Yeah, Dwayne or station manager. Can you check yours right now, Dwayne? I didn't see chat, so I had a bubble up.
I mean, I can once he sends it to me. I'll get a notification on my phone.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm just saying, are you able to check that? Because, I can't really right now because of the no computer situation. But then 5 seconds after the initial blast wave, because I really want to get this out, and because it's really integral, I think, to what, if we're trying to figure out what the fuck this blast was, this video kind of explains that this is something a little bit different. So 5 seconds after the initial blast wave, it comes in. Yeah, I know. He shouldn't upset me at all. I own the network. So Dwayne's show will come quickly to a halt if I get upset. No, I always fuck with Dwayne about that. I've been teasing him since he started in January that I'll shut his show down. But I will never. But 5 seconds. Fuck you, Dwayne. 5 seconds after that. Fuck you, Dwayne. Then it comes all of a sudden and you hear that big classic boom that everybody else heard. When you see the videos and everybody heard that big kaboom, but the blast wave had already knocked out the windows 5 seconds before. So when you think about other explosions that we've covered across the world, like especially the ones in Texas, when some plants have blown up and it's been benzene and because they said it was benzene too.
Is that
So
on
a
your
few people.
Facebook? That video that you're talking about now?
Middle East Eye, yep. Look for a post from Middle East Eye, and that video puts all, like, you gotta watch it because it's towards the middle to the end of the video, because there's like, they show like that bride. I felt so bad for that bride. Did you guys see the bride who was all beautiful and posing and getting ready for her wedding, and then all of a sudden the blast comes and the guy with the camera like hurries up and he's like with the camera, and then like they run to safety. Like, I would feel so awful if that was my wedding day. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna remember that for the rest of your life, that happened.
Dude, my
And
TikTok feed was scary that day because, like, all I saw was TikToks of people actually over there on their cameras, and all you saw was that blast and, like, those people actually dealing with it. And it was scary.
I could see it sinking a ship. It actually sunk the actual island inlet that it was on as well. There's a picture that shows the aftermath where it blew a hole goddamn through all the way to the ocean. Like, just blew a hole in it. So I just wonder, with the hesitation in the blast wave, I just don't personally think that that's what it was as far as ammonium nitrate. And you can't set ammonium nitrate on fire. That wouldn't make it explode. So we've got to know the chemicals we're talking about too. Now, a friend of mine said that her husband works at a large munitions plant, one of the largest in the United States, a United States military munitions plant. I didn't get an answer back from her, but I asked her, I was like, what does your husband think it is? Does your husband believe the official narrative that it was ammonium nitrate? Because I'm having a really hard time thinking, and how did they fill 300 tons of ammonium nitrate and nobody ever noticed that it came in trucks or boats? Or, you know what I mean? How was this in the middle of basically a urban area with lots of people? Beirut, is one of their largest cities. How did 300 tons supposedly of ammonium nitrate get moved through the city? How was it sitting there supposedly for years and no one knew what this facility was? I have a really hard time believing that.
The one thing I want to say, when I watched
the Rod of God kinetic weapons, that's what I'm talking about, MGTOE. That's what I think this shit was. I'm not even going to lie. I really do think that that's what it was. Now, they have a drone video that I cannot verify that shows above the blast site, of which you watch that a canister is dropped from the drone moments before the explosion. Okay, that you saw it, but we can't confirm that video was actually taken at the time during the explosion or was in Beirut or whatever, right? But what I can say is if that was true, it would be a big deal. Now, why I bring this up again is because I had seen a picture of a post that was on Twitter that I saved and shared, but it was very interesting because it said this. Can you guys still hear me? I don't know if it's going to cut me off.
Yeah, can I say something real quick, Scarlet?
No, you cannot. I'm trying to talk about this picture. No, you cannot. Okay. KeepAmerica.USA said, breaking. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has confirmed the drone strike in Beirut, Lebanon, as their own in another attack against vicious terrorist organization Hezbollah. The location was a firecracker factory, which is said to have been storing and possibly even creating for weapons for the terrorist organization and multiple plots against Israel. Now, I reported on that when I found that out. And I feel that that is something interesting because what did I just report on a couple minutes ago? What did I just report on? Missiles flying into northern Israel. Who is on Israel's northern border, people? Lebanon. Yes, sir. So people need to really be watching this Middle Eastern thing going on and see where the players of the geopolitics go in the next few days. That's going to be very, very important.
But watch this. What I wanted to say earlier.
Yeah, I think you can post. I don't know if you can post links in the chat. I don't think you can if you're not a mod.
Send them to my email at Dwayne@freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. I got the email open and ready. So what I was going to say is,
perfect.
so TikTok, the For You page was blowing up with nothing but videos. God,
Look, he says they use it on the farm. That would only be 300 bags. So then they said that this place was stock chock full. See, that makes no damn sense. And you guys use up to 20 to 30 ton bags. You know, have you ever been concerned that this would blow up on your farm? You know what I mean? Honestly, like, if you're using that much, it doesn't make sense that it blew up and blew out everybody's windows, blew facades off the sides of fucking buildings. That makes no damn sense.
But watch this. So like I was saying,
I don't know if I did, McToe. You should take me in it, or
so watch what I'm about to say.
Right.
The For You page on this thing was blowing up. There was one dude out in the ocean, on the water, on his jet ski, who filmed this like seconds before the blast radius got to him, and he dropped in the fucking water.
Ooh, dun, dun.
And then another video I seen, the dude was in an apartment complex. My thing is, there's only two things that can cause a blast. Ammonium nitrate won't even cause a blast radius that size, even if it's completely packed. I don't care what anybody says. Physics proves it cannot fucking happen. Ammonium nitrate ain't that high of an explosive. Now, mind you, me and T-Lo were talking about this. There had to be
what the hell does Washington Post say about it? Supposedly, they were saying the stockpile of 2,750 tons supposedly arrived in Beirut in 2013. Despite warnings of the stockpile's volatile nature, it remained in storage for years amid a metropolitan area with the population of more than 2 million people.
You know, but still, as I was saying, ammonium nitrate can't cause a blast that big. Not even gunpowder.
But listen to what they say. It fuels fires by supplying oxygen. Without a detonator, pure ammonium nitrate does not explode.
Right.
That's enough. That should be enough for everybody to really think about. Really think about that. And let's think about this. In 1947, a stockpile of the chemical exploded at the port of Texas City, Texas, triggering a 15-foot wave, which we know this wave was a lot fucking bigger. And they say at the time the ignition was attributed to 2,300 tons of the compound. 400 more tons would not create an explosion of that nature, and it wouldn't be 2 to 3, 4 times bigger either. So let's really think about that.
Well, watch what I was saying. So me and T-Lo were talking about it the night that we all went on, Scarlet.
Great.
I'm done freezing myself fucking out this damn cold enough.
What happened? Oh.
There. Bro, I'm too fucking cold.
What happened? Well, it's better for you to be cold than overheat and have a seizure.
Now I'm fucking warming myself fucking up because y'all got me over here not being able to feel my fucking toes.
Well, we ain't trying to have you have no seizure, man. Like, that's real.
I was saying, so with ammonium nitrate like it is, me and TLO said that some rockets had to be part of a play because rockets carry anywhere from C4 to gunpowder to mix with C4 and gunpowder, and they carry a little bit of a nuclear blast, but it wouldn't cause enough to be a nuclear bomb. Right. So watch this.
Well, ammonium nitrate wouldn't be nuclear.
No, I'm saying the missiles that they would fire.
Yeah, they could have used nuclear tip warheads, that's for sure. Yeah.
So watch this. Batman and his cape, LOL. Right. I'm sorry, I'm cold. But anyways, like I was saying, so me and TLO were saying that had to have been like a small cluster strike that we couldn't even see in the fucking air. Drop off that building to set that ammonium nitrate off.
Well, we saw that one video of the drone dropping that canister. So was that canister the detonator? Because Washington Post article says it will not start without a detonator. And so that means that shit just didn't explode due to mismanagement of holding it in this facility. And if it had been there since 2013, how come the government didn't try to get it moved or anything? That's 7 years it's been supposedly sitting.
So I'm going to put it like this in the context like my mom did, right? So they were saying that Hezbollah had nuclear warheads, but they know Israel has them. Sorry, I'm shivering. Is that the fact of Israel has them, but them motherfuckers are underground. Now let the fucking U.S. go in that bitch and try to fucking tear up holy ground soil, and they're gonna get fucking pissed. They're gonna come back at us and go, like, what the fuck did you just do? Like, you know what I mean? But Renee, what the fuck is your take on all this that we're saying about the fucking explosion?
What is that nitrate stuff? Is it fertilizer?
Yeah, it's a fertilizer that they use. Yeah, because Darren was saying in chat
that he uses it on the farm.
That he uses it on his farm, ammonium nitrate, and it's a common fertilizer that's used all across the world for farming and other things. But apparently, potentially. It can be ignited, yeah. Otherwise, it's mostly inert because it's like a chloride. It's like a salt format. Okay, so it's like
I used ammonium. Let's just say it like this: I used ammonium nitrate when I was in a village, and I grew poinsettias. It was liquid IV fed.
Yeah, so like ammonium nitrate is a chemical compound. It's a white salt and an oxidizer. And it fuels fires by supplying oxygen.
So, okay, now let me say this. You just said that. That part I didn't know. Now watch this.
What could it cause that kind of explosion?
A detonator. It's with ammonium nitrate. Anytime, like, okay, so like when C4 is made, 9 times out of 10 ammonium nitrate's used because the C4 is detonated. Right. Right. That's where I'm going with this. So. There had to be more than ammonium nitrate in that building for it to go boom and the shockwave to happen. What had happened? I don't care what anybody fucking says. Not even 3,000 fucking tons of ammonium nitrate could set off that fucking blast wave. If you look at the picture,
not that big of a blast wave.
If you look at the picture of Hiroshima,
like, why did they do it in that specific area? Like, has anyone has theories on that?
If you look at the pictures from Hiroshima, right, of the blast wave, of the original.
Yeah, that's true. And if you add oil to it, it becomes a new substance that's even more deadly and dangerous.
Can I finish this for a minute?
Yeah, I was just mentioning what he said.
Yeah, take them 2 blast pictures, right? Put them side by side.
Right.
Put them side by side. They look exactly the same. Not fucking shitting you. I did it, and they do look fucking exactly the fucking same. Like I said, me and Tila talked about it, but if it was a mixture, there would have been a double bang, not 2 explosions, but one on top of the other. So,
that's what I mean. It would have been all at once, and it wouldn't, like I said, there wouldn't have been a shock wave, and then 5 seconds later, the actual sound explosion.
Now
you're
watch
going
this.
to get shock wave and explosion at the same time, to where you would be feeling the blast wave at the same time, then audibly you'd be able to hear it, but not that long in between.
Okay, so what if they delayed the missile for when it landed? I'm thinking theoretically here. Just go with me.
Okay.
Because I'm going to make sense when I say this. Just trust me on
that.
Are
you?
So what if they delayed the missile to not explode until the ammonium nitrate went off? So where there wasn't a double bang. Because you can do that with missiles.
There was a double bang, though. There was 2 explosions that everybody said happened that they know for a fact. And the blast wave was technically silent because, like I said, the little boy is standing there and then all of a sudden gets his ass knocked on the ground and then stands up, and then the explosion occurs. And
Right, but I
then
still
the
wouldn't-
nanny grabs the kids and then runs, which I felt bad for the kid who got knocked out by the window, because he gets knocked out by the window and the nanny's like holding on to the little baby and like holding on to his like brother, but then like forgets about him. And then when the explosion occurs, she finally realized that he was there and then was like, oh, come on. I felt bad for that kid. I'm like, he just got knocked out by a window and the nanny's not even paying attention.
You know, so like my thing is, you know, okay, Pam, you make sense.
Somebody
What about a bunch of C4 and a detonator?
I mean, like I said, it looked like a controlled demolition when it was at the bottom where I saw the little flashes at the bottom, and it looked like a controlled demolition. So that's possible.
Still with a controlled demolition, you wouldn't have that shockwave. That
Yeah,
60,
you would,
70
depending
foot
on
shockwave.
how much charge you fucking rigged up. I don't know about that.
Well,
Depending on how much charge you rigged up.
What do you guys think the motivation was for it?
Geopolitically, the motivation. I know the motivation, Dwayne. You haven't even been alive or knowing about the shit that be going on, and you know nothing about the topic I'm about to bring up. So don't get mad, Dwayne. That's real.
No,
so,
I'm checking.
The motivation,
I'm checking my email.
Oh, you're checking your email. No wonder you were looking all serious and shit. Like, it makes sense now. The motivation is this, okay?
Darren, I didn't get nothing.
Okay, the geopolitical players who are out there, right? There are, like we were just talking with MGTOW. Mossad controls Hezbollah. Who is Mossad? Israeli CIA. Okay. So if they're saying that Hezbollah had this factory and Hezbollah was going to put an attack out against them, and that, like I said, with that post I found that said Prime Minister Netanyahu came out and said this was a drone strike on Lebanon. This is to start a new leg of Middle East conflict and start, because Lebanon, they want to take over because there's a pipeline that's supposed to go all the way from Lebanon all the way the fuck down through Europe, you know, and all that shit, you know, on the edge to the Middle East, all the way down to Africa, into Libya, into Egypt. They want this whole pipeline, this oil pipeline. Now, there's a list of countries that we, the United States, and as well as other countries, said that we're going to fight all these countries until they're taken out. The last few on the list are like Syria, Iran. But other countries on the list were Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and Egypt. And so what the motivation is to take over the Middle East and gain control and cause true chaos. Okay, because they always need that Middle East factor to keep geopolitical and the war drums pumping. Because if we don't have that, and we don't have any tension with like Russia or China, there's nobody we're literally fighting with. So we have to keep this tension somewhere, because you have to keep the war machine going, because that's the only thing they're going to make money on right now. War and vaccines. That's the only thing they're going to make money on right now. The economy's tanked otherwise. And so they have to go back onto some of their old tricks, which are keeping Middle East relations out of fucking control. Because then everybody else is paying attention to there, more money gets pumped in. We're behind Israel, whereas Lebanon has Iran, Lebanon has Iraq, Lebanon has all the other countries that don't necessarily get along with us as allies. And so I believe that it's a new place to start a new war, you know, much like the war in Syria or in Yemen, in Lebanon, and have the whole Middle East fighting. Because if they can start shit in Lebanon, then that means literally all of the countries in the Middle East are fighting.
Bro, hold on a minute. Darren said in the YouTube videos, which is not letting me pull the YouTube videos up, says, answer for you in the links I sent, there were P-3 and P-9 U.S. aircrafts doing maneuvers offshore from Beirut.
See?
Well, I bet you that was probably a U.S. fucking thing. Now, that was the fucking U.S.
No, I believe it was a U.S.-Israel joint mission, absolutely. 100%. U.S.-Israel joint mission. Now, at the same time that this was happening, there was a raid at a law office in Ohio. Okay, at this business.
Oh yeah, there was.
Yes, in Ohio. The man who's connected, okay, is a Ukrainian businessman who had ties with Hunter Biden. Okay, this goes back to the Hunter Biden thing that they act like isn't real. Okay, but the FBI came in to go take all of this guy's information the other day at the same time when Beirut exploded. Now, at that same time, there were 2 Ukrainian ships in port in Beirut watching. Who are we aligned with when it comes to the Ukraine? Okay, the United States is aligned besides Crimea, who's aligned with Russia. So we support the Ukraine. We know that George Soros has pumped billions of dollars into Ukraine, changing the elections, and he's admitted to it. Okay? And he's like, oh, so what? I pump money into these countries, blah, 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 blah. So I think it has something to do with hiding the information because, look, if you have an explosion happen and you can blame it on a terrorist group while they're investigating the guy that they swear that Hunter Biden didn't do shit. They swear to God that Hunter Biden didn't do shit, but the paper trail is there. Because when Paul Manafort went down, we have to remember that John Podesta's brother was on the same motherfucking contract in the Ukraine on that shit that Paul Manafort went to jail for. How come Podesta ain't in jail? So it's about protecting people. So if we can have a distraction while one of the largest things that has happened in this whole Hunter Biden case has happened now, where they've gotten and arrested people, we could create a distraction over in Lebanon. Now everybody's paying attention to the explosion in Lebanon. Nobody's thinking about who the fuck they raided in Ohio and the information that they got. Because the Ukraine connection almost throughout, honestly, that's one of the reasons why I believe that the impeachment didn't work. Is because they had too much information on Joe Biden and Hunter Biden for that to actually go through. Because if they actually would have went to trial with the impeachment, Trump would have been allowed, and so would his team, would have been allowed to put out the information that shows how Hunter Biden had all these contracts in the Ukraine and how it was pay for play. You see, they would have also been able to prove how Joe Biden told people in the Ukraine, if you do this and that for me, I'll get that guy out of office. You know, and he said that in public, and people just act like, oh, okay, you can take whoever you want out of office, Joe Biden. No, you can't just go over and interfere in another fucking country. Yet they want to say that Russia keeps interfering with us, but yet we're over here fucking around with the Ukraine. You see. So that would be a big issue because we can't have 3 months before the election, Joe Biden's son looking like an asshole, you see. That's a big deal. And they will put billions of dollars and blow up a goddamn country over it. You better believe it. If you don't think that that's happened, you don't know what geopolitics is nowadays. Because I'm telling you, I believe that that was a distraction moment and a time to basically re-ramp up the Middle East unrest. Because what have we heard since coronavirus really started about Middle East unrest? We haven't heard shit out of any of the countries really about anything really happening. Why is that? Because we control the narrative in these countries. We control what happens.
Oh, okay, but here's my thing though. Like, and Scarlet, like, I'm not trying to sound like an asshole when I say this. It sounds more like a political game.
We definitely watch Marfugel around here. I'm definitely a part of the Fugel fam. I used to go to Fugel meetups and stuff before the Discord got shut down. Marf has been really good to us. Like, I've got to talk to Marf personally when I went to one of these events, and he was very supportive of the Freedom Revolution Network and told me that anything I ever needed from them to help, he would do so. So, no, we're definitely fans and Fugel fam over here. So,
but like
and Dabu. Yeah, I haven't watched Dabu in a while. I should go check out. Did he have a recent video that was interesting? Because, sometimes he does hit on good points.
like I was saying, this seems more like a political game than trying to start World War III. And here's why. Okay?
What'd you say?
I said this all to me seems to be like a political game from Joe Biden with the whole thing with the Ukraine. Now here's the reason why. Okay? Just let me rant here for a minute with no interruptions. Now watch this.
Oh no, I did not. He sent you here? What? Did he shout us out? What? Hold up. I'm gonna need some information on that. I'm really excited if that's the case.
It's like, so if these are political games by Joe Biden and fucking with the Ukraine, right?
Right.
Here's the way it can go, and just let me rant here for a minute because we'll make some really good points. We're going down some rabbit holes. Let me open up a few holes here.
That's interesting. You said that, MGTOW. Hold on. Let me say one thing before you go on your rant. I hate to cut you off. I'm really sorry, Dwayne. I actually am this time. It's interesting you say they want the old Ottoman Empire back because I was just recently looking into some information about the Ottoman Empire in Armenia because I found out Armenia has mostly Muslim there. And I wondered where the switch in Armenia actually happened. And I found out that it happened in 1939 when the Vatican was working with Muslims who had been a part of that previous Ottoman Empire who was there in that area, that they were working with them to go fight against anybody who didn't want the occupation by the Mussolini-controlled troops. And I just find that really interesting that you say that because I believe that that's been a plot for quite a while to try to bring back that old empire. If you really want to bust it down to brass tacks, Arabs and all these people would have been the descendants of those in the Ottoman Empire, and ISIS or something could be like a reborn, or the Caliphate, as they like to say, a reborn Ottoman Empire. That's the only thing I wanted to say.
Did you see what's on the screen?
Would you stop? It's not funny.
Oh, me and Tim love you, Scarlet.
Yeah, I just don't find it funny.
But like I was saying, if Joe
We've made it to the big time, MGTOW. Whoop! I'm excited. Well, hell, I gotta watch that now. Well, shit, I didn't know that.
Hey,
Dwayne, we're like famous now, so I really would suggest you kind of cool it.
if Joe Biden is using the Ukraine for a political game, this can go one of two ways.
Right.
This can open up a whole can of worms, and we're going into nuclear war as soon as fucking Trump gets reelected. Sorry to say it, y'all, it's gonna happen. 2, this can open up a fucking can of whoop ass before he gets in the office, and we're fucking nuked. Because Joe Biden doesn't know what fucking territory he's playing with.
Oh, we won't be nuked because he's working with them, so we wouldn't be nuked.
No, we just have a bunch of fucking Ukrainian soldiers over here fucking whooping our ass in the middle of the night.
Do you know how many foreign troops are already in the United States laying and waiting? Yeah. So, you got to realize that fact, too. There's been Russians, Ukrainians, Chinese, all different forms. The UN has brought a lot of troops, and we actually train troops from different countries in the U.S. That's a thing. Ha! No autographs. Wait. Stupid.
I don't want autographs. Bro,
that's what I mean. I don't think there's going to be nukes either. I think that it is about control of the population. I believe that. But Joe Biden is setting himself up because that's why I said I think they want to distract from anything that makes him look bad. But yet, at the same time, he keeps saying shit that makes him look bad. For instance, the last shit he said. Have you guys heard the last shit he said? He came out and said, there's no diversity of thought in Black people like there is in the Latino community, with very few exceptions.
Now, wait a minute. Soapbox, I'm grabbing it. Everybody, shut the hell up. Because I watched that video. I watched that video 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Fucking Twitch got removed.
Oh, sad.
What the fuck? I'll remove it. Oh well.
Just add it back. Go back and add it back if you're on the computer. You can add it back again.
I'm doing that. Hold on. Twitch, come back. Yay! Twitch is back. Cool.
Yeah, sometimes you have to do that when it just, I don't know why it does that sometimes. It just,
But after this, we're gonna go to kind of a laid back night and get off this whole serious shit.
Seriousness is important, Dwayne. We're like literally in the middle of shit. Like, we
I-
gotta
and
plan for what's happening. Like,
And I
seriously,
get that, but read the description in the show too.
I don't care what you said in the description of the show.
But here's my thing on that, and this is the reason people are out here protesting and everything, right? Now let me give y'all some
The
insight.
people out protesting don't even realize what the fuck is about to happen to them. They're asking for fucking communism.
Hold on. Keep your camera on, because I'm having a face-to-face conversation with all three of you at this point. The shit like Joe Biden said. Trust me, he wanted me to make me punch my phone to feel good for punching that cocksucker in the fucking mouth.
Well, I'm tired of him telling people like me, oh, you ain't black if you don't vote for me.
Now wait a minute.
Oh, black people
My
have no
uncle's black.
diversity of thought.
My uncle's black. Look, y'all don't understand. I got black that runs through my damn blood. My fucking cousins are black. My uncle Scarlet is darker than you. Scarlet, I can pull out a fucking.
I don't care if he's
working
blacker than
hard.
me. That don't make him more black than me. Shit.
No, watch. No, I can put a taco bar.
Right, Renee.
Up
That's
next
for
to him.
real. Am I wrong, Renee? Am I wrong? I'm just saying.
No,
I don't
you're
care if he's
not.
blacker than
No,
me.
I'm just saying how black my uncle
All you
is.
can do is laugh at you guys.
No, it's nothing against you, Scarlet. I just said my uncle's black.
No,
you know,
I know. I'm messing with you, Dwayne.
You know that my uncle is darker than you, and both my cousins are mixed. You know, and like,
Right.
I'm gonna bring up a situation that TLO has said on air many times. He almost got kicked out of African American History Club because he wasn't black enough.
Well, that's the problem for all mixed people. You know, a friend of mine that I've known since I was like 15, was talking to me the other night. And
fucking cold.
she was bringing up how her kids are mixed. And she finally realized that she was like, I don't think my kids will ever be accepted. And I was like, welcome to mixed people world. I was like, because you're never black enough for black people. You're never white enough for white people. At least the racist ones.
Scarlet, you're white enough
And-
for me.
Thank you, Dwayne. But you can never be enough for everyone, and you live in kind of this limbo of life, right? Where you're
Love
not
you,
quite
Mom.
enough for either side. And it really is a thing. But I told her, I think the one thing that mixed people have is a unique experience to see life from both sides. You see it from the
Right.
white side, you see it from the black side.
Now watch this. So I'm gonna say
That's what I'm
something here.
saying. Like, should I just let Joe Biden take my black card? Oh, a friend of mine made a funny joke the other day because she's. Hold on, let me just say one thing. Damn it, Dwayne. You always want to interrupt me in the middle of a damn sentence and say, "Can
Because
I say one
barely
thing?"
got the
No,
fucking
I'm
talk.
already talking and in the middle of a sentence. Thank you.
Fuck you,
But
Mom.
she brought up a really funny thing, and she was like, "Oh, I just had chicken and waffles for the first time," and she's a mixed girl, and I was like, "You just had chicken and waffles for the first time? What you mean the first time?" And I was like, I'm about to take your black card. I know. And I was like, I'm about to take your black card. And she was like, too late. Joe Biden already took it.
So
I was dying. I thought that was hilarious, but it's sad
I
that
want to
like
say
other
this.
people get to decide who we are or what we believe, or, in the case of Joe Biden, what he just said in the last few days, black people don't have
Last
enough
24
diversity
hours.
of thought. What the fuck does that mean?
So
Diversity of thought.
I want to say this. When I'm going to bring my baby boy into this because my son's white. Watch this, right? My baby boy, when he was born, he was brought into a community and to be raised up in success with all of his rights and everything. But watch this. When a black person or a mixed person is born, they are not born with the same constitution we have. They are not born with the same rights they have. They're not born into success. They're born into a fucked up community. Now watch this. My son won't have to fight his ass off to go to school. For scholarships and everything. Well, look at why all these black kids play sports. because they had to fight their way into school. And me and Tim are really having a conversation about this. I'm going to bring it up. Scarlet, I'm going to make you think. I want to make you think here for a minute, okay? I'm going to challenge your mind.
How you gonna make me think about shit? I am black and live
I
life.
know, but
What you mean?
I want to challenge your history a little bit more. I'm going to make you go back, okay?
Okay.
When do you think this racism originally started? Just give me a time frame. Don't give me a whole rant.
Oh,
Give me a time
beginning of
frame.
time. Beginning of time.
Okay. Now look at it. When the states split, right? When the U.S. and the Confederates split, you had the Republicans, and that's when the Republican and the Democratic Party started.
Mm-hmm.
The Union was the one that said, "Oh, we'll free you, we'll feed you, we'll house you, we'll get you pregnant, but you can't marry the fucking husband." Look at the trend that has kept happening over years with Republicans. Look at it. And then now you got the
What do you
Democrats.
mean? Like they keep talking about freedom and leaving people alone?
Yeah. Look at that. So
Yeah,
that
and
is the
people
same
always
racial.
want to
Hold on,
bring up
hold on.
that the Republican Party switched back. That's not fucking true. That's not fucking true at all. They
Well-
flipped and then they flipped back and then they flipped again. And that's the bottom line, the point blank, and the period.
Right. Well, watch it. Because Tim made a good point about this. In New Day's age, and now, you can get pregnant. You can't marry the husband. Oh, we'll pay you to get pregnant. You get pregnant. You can't marry the husband. Oh, we'll give you money to feed you. We'll give you money to house you. But it's in shitty ass fucking neighborhoods. That's why all these kids are growing up around drugs, gun violence. You know, babies are. You know, we just lost a 1-year-old
They're
little
just
black
modern
boy.
day ghettos. All it is like if you think about the ghetto model that was brought to Poland and brought in World War II, this is the same thing that they did to people of color. And
Exactly.
they
Now
did
watch.
that through eminent domain. One of the first cases of eminent domain was for a black family. And so
Yeah, now
eminent
watch.
domain was used to snatch people's properties, to take people's belongings. Like the whole 35, not 35, is it 35W? No, 94 corridor there in St. Paul, because 35 isn't, well, it is over
Yeah,
there,
now
but it's
watch.
not.
Now watch this.
They literally tore down full black neighborhoods to put in the interstate and then
Now watch.
relocated them to certain neighborhoods. And then that's how they kept them in these blocks.
Right now, watch this. Me as a white man,
I bet that's true, MGTOW.
And
I
I'm
bet you
gonna
they
hate
promised the
saying
end of
this.
slavery, and that was a big deal. And people were like, yeah,
No.
end slavery, woo.
and watch this. Me as a white man, I'm gonna bring my skin color into it here for a minute. For all you white people, you might get pissed off, but that's okay because I'm about to hurt your feelings and expose the truth. We are growing up into what black people call white privilege, and it's true. We are a privileged group. We are a
But
privileged
to some degree, because the elites fucking keep you down too. I mean, I believe that they
Right.
created this
Yeah, I was
situation where
going
they
there.
wanted to put white people as superior to create an issue down the line instead of people just accepting people for people. I believe that was a well contrived situation.
But let me explain. The white privilege that we have. We don't gotta fight to go to school. We don't gotta fight to get assistance. We don't gotta fight to get
Some
government
white people
help.
do. Some white
Some,
people
but not all. But
True.
watch this. It's easier for a white person to enroll in college than it is for a black person. A friend of mine who was
because
black.
of affirmative action, a lot of colleges will take in blacks because they don't have black quotas. So I mean, it is yes and no.
Watch this. My school, Stark State. I got all my paperwork from high school. Got all my paperwork, from my last placement, which was my school.
Mm-hmm.
And turned in my documentation.
Right.
It took him 3 weeks to get into school after I already started. Oh, this paperwork's false. No, watch. Oh, this paperwork's false. Oh, we can't accept this because it doesn't have a stamp on it. He had to go to his old school and have them stamp it and bring it back. That wasn't enough. The school had to come into the college and stand there in front of the financial aid director. Look at all these kids out there. Okay, watch this. Look at all these kids that are out there getting D1, D2, D3 scholarships. It's not a bunch of white kids, it's a bunch of black kids because they're trying to fight for a better fucking life. And then when they get to school, some are flunking out because they can't handle the stress of going to school full time and playing sport.
Well, and to be fair, a lot of, black people especially do feel like sports are their only ticket out. But see, what has happened with, they wanted to destroy the family unit. They wanted to destroy people feeling confidence about themselves. Because the one thing that will honestly sit with me for the rest of my life is talking to those people at the protests and them telling me, you know what, I'm never going to own a business, so fuck these business owners. I'm never going to have shit. It's really sad when a whole group of people, and maybe that's what Joe Biden was referring to. I don't fucking know. But
Renee,
it's sad when a whole
take?
group of people how you gonna cut me off and say, Renee, what's your take when I'm still speaking? That a whole group of people have no hope for their future and believe they can't be anything. They can't do anything. They will not be successful. They will never have shit. They will never be anything. But yet there's always these, but you can though. You can open any business you want to. You can do whatever you want. I saw a story today that had they had a youngpreneur fair, which was all little kids, and most of them were children of color who had started their own businesses.
Right, that's true.
But you've got to have the community and you've got to have the people behind you to set yourself up for success. But a lot of people of color in their neighborhoods or in their families have had to deal with not having support, and the family unit has been broken, which has created generational trauma, which now gets people even scared to move and feel like they can't do anything better. If they grew up in a family that was poor and had food stamps and had to steal or hustle to survive, well, then they feel like they have to too.
Right. And Renee, I have a question for you.
Hold on. It's only when people want to break the cycle that we see success. And I think that doesn't matter what race you are, but you have to have hope to be able to do that. And I think that that's what's missing from a lot of people, because like Migto said, he wanted to drive a city bus and he was told off the record he couldn't get the job because he was white. Where was his white privilege then?
Right. And that's good. I was going to ask Renee that next question. What is your take on the whole race situation that's been going on for 400 plus years?
What do you mean exactly? Like, what's
like with the racism and how, Scarlet, I have an audio.
No, just let him be. Let him be. You don't like what we got to say? You don't got to be here. Ain't nobody keeping you here. Bye-bye, JJ.
I'll put you up on screen to give you a little bit of attention.
Bye. You don't have to be here. That's the nice part. Like,
welcome
goodbye.
To the Night
you
Talk,
don't have to be here.
Welcome to the Night Talk, where we're boring as fuck because we're up at 3:50 in the fucking morning.
Well, it's 2:50 here, but.
Well, it's 3:50 in Ohio to where I don't work. You know what? And here's the thing. I'm going to pop this out about my show here real quick. And I'm going to be a little cocky-ass me here for a minute, okay?
No, you know what, though, Migto? It's not even that they've been bought into the victim mentality. They have been conditioned into the victim mentality.
Right.
That's the difference. They've been conditioned into it.
Can I be the cocky me here for a minute?
Go ahead.
All right, look, when I started this show, JJ, look, this is a relaxed
show.
Why
are you giving him time? Move on. No, move on. No, don't give that person time. No.
I love my show. No, I'm going to say this. I love my... Okay, that's when you got to go.
Yeah, we don't talk about what people look like. We don't do that here.
That's when we got to go.
Yeah, bye. Have fun.
I block them.
Yeah, we don't talk
No.
about people's looks. Renee is beautiful, and that's bullshit.
I love Renee, man. Like, Renee is my best friend, bro. Like, Renee doesn't even understand. Like, we like this.
Yeah, Renee is beautiful. So get
Bro,
your
I
ass
love
out of
Renee.
here and sit down.
I love
We don't
Renee,
talk
man.
about
Like,
that. We don't talk about that shit here. I don't like to bring anybody else down, even in conversations or arguments. I don't like to call names. I
rule
just
number
don't.
one on my show. Rule number one on my show, and I'm going to clear that out for any viewer that's listening. And if you get pissed off, here's the thing: you start putting other people down on my show, that is an immediate for block. I know Scarlett's the owner of this show, of this network, but this is my fucking show. You bash a co-host, you bash the host, you bash anybody in the comments. It's my rule, and I will override it, and I will fight Scarlett to the tooth and fucking end. I will block you and not let you come back on my show. Because here's the thing:
I just
everybody
think
on
it's
my show,
fair.
everybody on my show is equal. Everybody on my show deserves the same respect. Everybody
Yep.
on my show is here because I brought them here because I love these people.
You
This
ain't
is
never
my
lied,
family.
MGTOW. Ain't nobody got time for that shit here.
This is my
Look.
family. This is my family. Y'all got to start fucking with. And here's the thing:
Well, yeah,
y'all
we
start
are
fucking
the
with my
Freedom
family.
Revolution
You
Network
here for
family.
me.
We're the FRN family. And we are a family, and we care about each other here, and we care about people's well-being, and we don't care what walk of life you come from. We don't care if you're poor. We don't care if you're fat. We don't care if you're black. We don't care if you're white. We don't care if you believe in God or you don't. We don't give a shit. All we're here is to make sure that we can create a network and a group of people who actually care about one another.
You know what?
Who
After
actually
that,
want
I
to be
feel
here
like
for
we
one
need to
another.
do some positive affirmations. I'm going to take control of the show for a second because that just kind of pissed me off. Scarlett, I hate to change the tone of the show, but after that, I feel like we really need to throw some fucking positive affirmations out here with everybody. And Renee, I want you to go first.
Oh damn, you got put on the spot, friend.
Wait, what's that mean? What I gotta do?
Positive
Positive
affirmations.
affirmation.
What's positive about you?
I'm kind. I'm caring.
Yes.
I care about people.
Right.
That's the biggest thing about me. Sometimes I care so much about people, it ends up hurting me. But yeah, I mean, I care for people. I'm a caregiver. Well, you know that. I take care of
Yes, you
everyone.
are.
I take care of Joran. Like, he has schizophrenia. I take care of my brother. He has cerebral palsy. I take care of people.
Oh, that's wonderful. And that's sad too, because that cerebral palsy potentially came from vaccines even.
Yep. Scar, nah, stay out the vaccine situation for a minute, please.
What?
I'm changing the mood here for a minute. It's just trust me. After that comment, I'm trying to
Who was
get
that
back
person? Was
into
that
the
someone that you knew, or was that just some random person on the internet?
Random troll that Dwayne always gets upset about random trolls.
No, because after
Which
after
I
that,
don't
I
care.
want to hear. After that, I want to hear some positive affirmations from everybody.
You totally missed a troll. Yeah, Darren, you totally missed him. He came in, he
Scar,
started shit, and we got rid of him, and yeah, it was the whole thing.
Scar,
Exactly.
positive
True
affirmations
care.
on
Okay. About what?
you. You got a lot thrown. I know him. Throwing you out there, girl. Or we can say one about each other.
Yeah, one about each other is cool. I mean, yeah, let's do that. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of things that I could say, but I just don't ever like to toot my own horn.
I'll go. I'll start with Renee. You know, she's one of my best friends. You know, she's there for people when she needs them. You know, she has a loving heart. She's kind. She's caring. She's honest.
You check your email, Dwayne?
Yeah, I did. The links aren't working, and I emailed you back.
Can you copy them? Can you copy them and send them to me?
Yeah, I will.
Yes, you can. Thank you.
I will. And Scarlet, you're funny. You're amazing. You're creative. you know, you help others when they're in the worst situation of their life. You know, look how many of us here on the network was kind of down and dumped before we came here. You know, like kind of like their own family kind of just, you know, just abandoned them. Okay,
Cam
Renee.
says we're off the air, but I feel like we're not.
I mean, I can check YouTube real quick once I find my phone.
Yeah.
If we are off,
I
man,
wonder if I can. No, they're not showing up in the YouTube chat because unless you're a mod, it's not going to show up. Let's see.
It's not going to show up.
We're not off air.
No, we're not. I just checked it. She said we're back.
You know, so like, you know, guys, here's the thing, and you know, and I want to kind of give like a little motivational speech here. When people put you down and people drag you, when people drag you down, you gotta look at the positives of yourself, not what that person said. And this is coming from a person who had a parent that downgraded him so bad that he wanted to die.
Right.
You know, and I'm gonna toot my horn here for a minute. I'm a loving, I'm a caring person. I'm a great father. I'm a good musician. You know, sometimes I have a heart, you know, a big ass heart that gets me hurt sometimes.
That's true. You do have a heart of gold, Dwayne. I will say that. You do care about others, and you're very concerned, which is a good quality, which is hard to find, is people just having concern for others. You know, I think that is something that is important. You know, people don't think about that right now, but just care for other people, just having, you know, common sense. You know, that's something hard to
You
find
know,
right now.
right? Like, you know, when Renee was going through a tough time,
Go
you
ahead,
know,
Darren. Put it in a little bit cryptic. You know, you can make like spaces or try to stretch it out or use some other symbols in the beginning to make it look like www, but not. You know what I mean? There's ways to get around the
you
YouTube
know,
chat.
like
'Cause, yeah,
Renee
I
when
don't have
she's
any access even to the YouTube to even make you a mod right now because I can't get into that right now.
you know, and like with Renee, you know, when she's going through a lot, you know, she's still there for people. She still reaches out for help. You know, Scarlet sometimes puts on, you know, going like, you know, this I got it, I'm okay thing, you know. But then, you know, all of us have that though. We all have that persona going like, oh, I'm okay, we got this. And then we need one of each other to lean on.
Oh
You
yeah.
know,
I mean, I'm
you know,
only human. I mean, I can only be so hard ass all the time, right? Like I am
I'll
a
give a
human
perfect
being.
example. You know, on my mom's birthday, on Scarlet's son's birthday, you know, a day that affected me too. You know, Ron quit the fucking network. Stone bashed her. Stone accused me of doing heroin. And who's the first person she calls? And I was there. You know, because no one should have to go through that on their kid's birthday or their fucking mother's birthday. You know, Renee just lost her grandma a couple weeks ago.
Aww,
You know, and I've tried to be there for her as much as I can with working midnights.
Right.
And even through that, she's still pushing and taking care of her brother and taking care of her husband.
Yep. It's been rough.
I'm sorry. I know how rough that is.
Well, it was worse because that side of my family isn't functional. So, like, no one had the money for my grandma's services. She didn't have a funeral. Her two sons were fighting over her remains. They didn't want me to have anything to do with it. So it was like a shit show from the beginning.
Right.
Still,
Right.
still a shit show. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
You
the
know-
hardest part when things like that happen, or like shitty family. It does suck. I work on a dairy farm too, Darren. I work on a dairy farm too. I milk cows.
I used to work on a
No.
farm when I was a kid.
Yeah, I work on an organic dairy farm here that's owned by a company in the States called Organic Valley. And so I go and I'm head herdswoman. And so I go and we do all the things. So yep, scrape the walk, do that, get the cows, the ladies out in the pasture. There's like farm jobs. There's like an app called Farm Jobs or Farmhand or something like that where you can find farm jobs like that.
You know,
Oh,
when
is
I
there?
worked
Mm-hmm.
when
Yeah.
I worked on a farm, with my Aunt Sue, my Uncle Tim, and my cousin Logan, every morning we would gather up the horses. We would take them out for like a couple mile ride, get them out of the fence, go through the woods with them. There's three of us. We know how to rein them back in if necessary. Bale hay, take care of the cows, the pigs. Taking care of the pigs, I couldn't because a pig tried to bite me.
Pigs are out of control. Pigs are out of control. I don't mess with the pigs at the farm either because some of them are huge. Like there's like
Well, no, what
1,000-pound
happened
pigs and
was
shit, and they are
is I
vicious.
went.
They will bite through your leg, Dwayne. That's
I
no
know,
joke.
I know. So what happened was, and I'll give you guys a story. Is I went to fill up their trough.
Morning, total vagabonds from Ireland. Hello.
I went to fill up their trough, and I was standing on like a step stool because I was a short little kid, couldn't reach over the bench. And like I had 5-6 fucking cows, not cows, but pigs on me when I fell in. My uncle
Right.
came in with the shotgun and he shot out the door, and thank God if it wasn't for him shooting, I would have been gone.
Yeah.
Them little fuckers, dude, I felt like Dorothy in the fucking Wizard of Oz.
I've never heard about this, but I'm gonna look into it because I've never heard of this. Interesting.
Darren said you guys are warriors of the rainbow Google. I'm
I
jealous
just
on a
Googled it.
conventional dairy.
Legend of the Rainbow Warriors. Since the early 1970s, a Legend of Rainbow Warriors has inspired some environmentalists and hippies with the belief that their movement is fulfillment of Native American prophecy. Usually the prophecy is claimed by the Hopi or the Cree. And Cree are up in Canada, like where Sam is at, like in Saskatchewan. And it says, however, the prophecy is not Native American at all, but rather from a 1962 evangelical Christian religious tract titled Warriors of the Rainbow by William Willoya and Vincent Brown from Naturegraph Publishers. The roots of the myth goes back to a book called Warriors of the Rainbow. The origins, it's a modern story, has been misrepresented as ancient prophecy. But, when they say stuff like that, that makes me wonder if they just say that because then people aren't going to actually move forward and use some of these things to our advantage. Much like
Right.
like the book The Secret. How you can manifest things and how you can use the law of attraction, right? I wonder if sometimes when they say things like that, like, oh, this was misrepresented or this or that, they're trying to diminish potentially people's power and thought in their minds.
You know what? And I want to finish my story
Exactly.
here.
Don't
Scarlett,
fall
before you go.
over in a pig pen. You ain't getting out. That's real. And, a lot of the
No,
pigs
so
on the
listen
farm
to
are
this
kind of
shit.
like feral, man. Like, it's real.
No, listen. So
Well,
like,
you're on a conventional dairy farm. That sucks, dude.
my
We use
uncle,
all like apple cider vinegar and we use homeopathy and there's no medicines for the cows at all. And it's great.
my uncle, so after that, he made a bungee system for me. So what I did is when I would walk up on the step stool, I had like a harness on with a bungee cord, a very strong rubber bungee cord. And one of the pigs got out and knocked my stool over. Fucking pig. Well, my uncle decided it was time for the pig to go, shot the pig, and slaughtered the pig. And we had pork that night for dinner.
Well, that's real. Yeah, no, I'd take them out too. Yes, these
No,
here's
it
my
was
farm
just
hat.
one pig. It was just one
hat.
pig that kept fucking
I
with me.
weigh on farm.
It was only one pig. The other pigs loved me. Like, I could pet the pigs. I can go in there.
Ours are kind of feral and nobody really messes with them and they're really just raised for meat. So ours you would not want to do that at the
Well,
farm
no,
at
like
all.
after that pig was like slaughtered and gone, I was able to put my boots on, walk into the pig pen, go pet the pigs.
I'm not petting nothing. You know, the babies I liked, and I bet if we handled the babies more, it'd be all right. But they're just not fans, and nor am I, because they have like sharp, like dagger, freaking teeth that come out. Like,
bro, I will say this: one of the cows did not like me.
You know, all the cows like me.
One cow didn't like all of us because we would go into like the metal crate, like the place we had them, and like my uncle didn't have them like tagged or anything, you know, like they weren't tagged, you know. And we walk in one day, and I go in to check on the newborn, you know, my uncle, right? And she was a bitch before then. She just became a bigger bitch then. Charged at my uncle.
Yeah, tusks, Pam. Yeah, tusks. That was the word I was looking for.
She charged at my uncle and threw my uncle up against the fence.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't see. And cows are, you know, touchy, you know, little creatures too. But honestly, this may sound crazy, but when I engage with a cow, I share my energy with the cow, and I try to read their energy, you know, and so I think that helps me when I interact with them because
you ain't never lied.
I've already changed my energy to be around them because they really don't like tension. They don't really like if you're upset. And so honestly, you know, for me, being around the cows is therapeutic, right? And I enjoy it very much. This is why I do it. I've worked on the farm for a year now, and I had no experience with cows before this. I just knew that this was something as far as self-sufficiency that I wanted to learn how to do is take care of cows because if I want milk, I got to know how to take care of a cow. And so it's honestly been one of the most amazing journeys I've ever had. We take care of 40 girls that we milk at night. There's a lot more girls, but 40 girls that we milk on a given night. And you know, each one has their own personality, each one has their own traits, you know, each one acts a different way. But they're quite remarkable creatures when it comes down to it.
Right. Migto, you ain't never fucking lied. Ever since watching Silence of the Lamb 1 and 2, I try to stay the fuck away from pigs. Yeah, fuck that. No, listen to this shit. You put me near a pig, I'm gonna fucking punch your crazy ass.
The grand solar minimum. Yeah, Darren, the grand solar minimum. Yeah, that shit's coming. Grand solar minimum's gonna affect us all.
But guys, I am gonna say this. I believe it's time to go.
Ooh, 500 milkers. Wow. That's crazy. Do you guys have like the electric machines that go over and like go on the teats and then like they break free and then like the next one walks in? Is it like super commercial or is it like you got to put the milkers on each one? Because like we're still at like an old school farm and he grows his own corn, his own feed corn, his own hay, his own oats, everything to feed to the cows and the clover. And then we have to individually put the milkers on each cow. So.
Hey, Scar.
Yeah.
I'm trying to end it here, hon.
I get that, but I'm going to talk to someone when they had a comment, and I can say that, Dwayne, because, you know, I can start my own show afterwards. So that's great, but I could still finish my sentence. Why do you always got to interrupt somebody in the middle of a sentence? It's a bad habit, Dwayne.
Nah, we cup up like old style.
Okay, right. Yeah, that's what we do, too. Like, Like then we keep going to the next one. And so, I got to wipe them all. And, that's always fun. I don't think people know a lot where their food comes from, but I think that we are getting prepared if we really pay attention that we need to have certain skills to survive. And if we don't have these skills, it may be harder for some of us to survive.
Right. But guys, with that, I'm not trying to stay on here for 4.5, 5 hours like I did 2 nights ago.
That's what I mean.
Guys,
it's only 3.
Thank you guys for being on here. I really appreciate it. I love each and every one of you. You guys are amazing. This show is literally all I kind of got right now to kind of keep me going.
Right.
When other people are asleep. But guys,
we're awake on the night talk. Yeah, I know you got here late tonight. I know. Sorry, Total Vagabonds. We're usually on later too, to where it's still morning for you. But come join me tomorrow at it's about 6 a.m. your
was
time.
still awake.
Yeah. How come you didn't say nothing, Tilo?
Bro, since I know he's awake, I kind of don't want to end the pitch now.
Right? What up, Tilo? Where you at?
Bro, fuck this. We staying. Fuck that. Tilo's awake. Fucking asshole. Don't tell me. You've been quiet for the past 2.5 fucking hours. Not Total Vagabonds. We're staying. Fuck that. Tilo just made me mad where I'm staying on now.
I need coffee.
I mean, go get your coffee.
I'm about to text Jordan. Go get me some coffee.
Right?
But I will say this, working on a farm, since I've decided in my head now that I'm going to stay on for some reason.
Right.
Because you know what? I got to stay up till fucking 7 anyways. Why not the fuck stay on my own show?
Right, because all you're going to do after we get off is call me anyway and sit and talk.
Or play my game. Either one.
No, you're going to call me and sit and play your game anyway.
But the one thing I love about it here with the Freedom Revolution Network...
So you're not chopped liver, damn it.
And I want to explain how I got here. For people that don't know and people that's just coming on.
Right.
So me and Scarlet's known each other for 4 coming on 5 years here in August. 4 years in August.
We're in August. Yeah, it'll be around the 17th.
Yeah, 4 years. So...
3. Because it was 2017.
2016. Irma.
Harvey was 16?
Harvey was 16.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling no.
Yeah. Oh, Scarlet. Fuck, Renee. She left me.
What?
Scarlet left. You're the only person I have now.
Oh.
Bro, if I'm going to keep doing this, I need some food.
I was right. It's 2017.
Fucking bitch, where the fuck you go?
I actually took myself out because I went to go Google it and then it took me out. I was like, shit, I'll come back.
I actually,
Bro,
not to get back into serious stuff, but I want to, if you guys are staying on, because I wasn't able to get on your previous shows. I really want your guys' input because it's a really big thing to me, is the whole underground pedophilia thing that's being exposed.
Yes.
Because that's a big research hobby for me, and it always has been.
So let's go back.
Brett and I were big into Pedogate when it first popped off after the WikiLeaks in 2016. Yep. That was one of the things we focused on the most for our shows at the time.
I'm gonna go back 2 days. I'm gonna go back to Wednesday night.
I would like to talk about today. Speaking of pedophilia and all that, did you guys see that Mariah Carey's sister?
Yeah, I read that on your thing.
Yeah, the mother, stating that when she was a child, there was satanic ritual abuse. Now, if that's the case, this makes more sense of how Mariah Carey got her fame. Because if her mother was doing these satanic ritual events, then I've been told by friends who are in the music industry that when you start getting up with higher up producers and things, they start asking you to go to like Mason meetings, and then you start learning about these little ceremonies that you can do, and then at a certain point you're asked to make a sacrifice. What if
My
the
uncle was
sister?
a Freemason.
What if
Not my uncle,
the
my grandpa.
sister was a sacrifice and they put her through all that to then make Mariah famous, and the mother didn't care if she put one of her kids under the bus because she knew she would get the ultimate reward. They've shunned this woman now for many years, and they claim that she's estranged from Mariah. But when you look at that woman and you look at her face, you can tell she's been through hell.
Bro, when I look at Mariah Carey,
No, the sister I'm talking about. When
when
you see that sister,
when I look
she's
at
been
when I
through
look at
hell and
Mariah
back.
Carey, I see a bunch of ugly ass shit.
You know what I
Like-
see? Adrenochrome.
Bro, I can see deep into her spirit. It's not even funny. Now, I want to go back 2 days when Jake Paul was fucking arrested.
Correct.
So,
YouTuber
and
Jake
then I
Paul.
want to Jake Paul, and I'm going to explain who this asshole is. If anybody knows, back in 2016, 2017, this guy got in trouble because he went to the suicide force in China, and I'm going to call him a
Japan.
retard. I'm going to call him a
Japan.
retard. I'm going to call him a retard here for a minute. Who the fuck goes and sleeps in what they call the suicide force? 75% of the people don't make it out alive.
No, he said what got him in trouble is he laughed about people committing suicide in that forest.
He filmed a video of the body.
Oh
hanging
yeah,
off
didn't
the
he
fucking
film
tree.
of somebody actually like hanging themselves? Yeah.
He was already dead.
Yeah.
So who Jake Paul is, he became this big YouTuber, big blogger on Facebook. He was a boxer. And now he's on his way to federal prison.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Oh, Red just got horses. My co-host, Red just got 2 horses at her farm.
And so if you go tying to Jeffrey Epstein, and Scarlet, touch here for a second because I want to explain this part because I've done my research on her. Ghislaine Maxwell was recently arrested back in June or July. I believe it was July.
Wait, are you
July.
linking this back to Jake Paul?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, when Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested, she copped up videos of over 100 senators and congressmen having sex with little kids.
I'm sure they do, because one of the things that they have to do in these elite circles is have blackmail. Okay? They need blackmail. Blackmail makes the world go round, basically. They
Amen.
get you to be friends with them. They get you to want to hang out. And then they have you do some fucking shit or feed you some drugs. And they take a video of you or whatever it is. And then they hold that shit over your head forever. And that gets you to do whatever they want them
Now
to do.
watch this. Ghislaine
I read the court
Maxwell-
documents that were just
look.
released, though. I read all the
But-
court documents.
But watch this,
Yeah.
though.
And
Ghislaine
she's got a lot of connections.
Ghislaine Maxwell tried to throw the BDSM community under the bus, the LGBTQ community under the bus because they support pedophilia. Mind you, I'm pansexual. I'm part of the LGBTQ community. Motherfucker, you try to touch my kid, you gonna get stabbed in the fucking dick or you get the knife up the cooch. I said that 2 nights ago. Now listen.
I want to know the names
No,
that
no,
were blacked out, though, because
Well,
they're
The redacted names. You ain't never
they're-
lied because
Can
they
I
are
finish
hiding
this?
from us who that is, because
They
it wasn't
are.
just Bill Clinton. It's more people
it's
that
more.
we see
Because
and know
even
every
Alan
day.
Dershowitz.
Wait a
Alan
minute.
Dershowitz is a piece of shit, and he was actually the co-defendant with
Epstein's
Mike
case.
Cernovich. Yeah, with Mike Cernovich, and Mike Cernovich was shut down for even talking about this shit. But then yet they're co-defendants on a lawsuit because Alan
Right.
Dershowitz was supposedly had defamation. But the one thing that bothers me the most is, I'm sure you read this, right, Renee, was the perjury charge that she got out of the Southern Court District of New York, where they ask her, Miss Maxwell, have you at any time between 1994 and the 2000s had any relations with other people outside of your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, besides the blonde and brunette that you brought up before? And she says no. She
Now,
says,
mind you, I want everybody to go watch this on Netflix. If you don't know who Jeffrey Epstein is, Go on Netflix. It's called Jeffrey Epstein Filthy Rich. And within the first 5 minutes of the first episode, they asked him, has he ever had sex with any underage kid? He said, I plead the fifth. They asked, have you ever had forced anybody to or coerced to have sex with you that was an underage minor? I plead the fifth. Third question he finally lawyered up. And that's not a lie because I watched it with my mom.
Well,
He
I
bragged
watched the
about
first 5 minutes
he
of
bragged
that.
about a 12-year-old being brought in for him for a birthday from a poor family, a fucking 12-year-old girl.
Well, see, and
Yeah,
I wondered
what?
where, because see, here was my main question about, you know, in the documents that they released with the Ghislaine Maxwell dump, they talk about 3 victims in particular. And I find it interesting that all the court documents are based off of 1994 because we know that she was with him a lot longer. Why I said the perjury charge that they just came out with is really telling because she admits that she was in an intimate relationship with Jeffrey Epstein through the 2000s.
Now watch
Of which
this.
the first, hold on, of which the first paperwork that they put out with this 2,000-page, you know, information dump says she tries to deny that and say that they were only together between 94 and 97.
Now I want to call
And
bullshit.
then
Now watch,
basically perjures herself twice by saying, oh, well, I didn't really mess with anybody besides the blonde and the brunette, and I didn't know about anything else. That's basically what she says. It's a short gist of it.
Right. Now watch this. When you go into the Netflix documentary, Scarlet, I hate to keep interrupting you, but it spots my head.
Oh, yeah.
When you go into the Netflix documentary and you watch documentary on Jeffrey Epstein, a girl literally got charged with prostitution because she was getting paid by Epstein to bring other people in.
Well, see, and that's what I was talking about the other night about how I got brought in to try to sex traffic other people my age when I was 14. And so I can only imagine. And I wondered if these girls were poor because my biggest question was, how the fuck do you have a 14-year-old girl or 15-year-old girl or 12-year-old girl flying in a plane by themselves as an unaccompanied minor? How the fuck did nobody ever have a question, and how did their parents not know where they were? And it makes sense if they were poor families or were families that were having issues like, you know, divorcing mom and dad or something, that he, you know, said, oh, I'll be a mentor to your kid and blah, 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 blah. Or did they know? Or did they know? Did these parents know that they were selling them off? That's my question.
I think they knew because when I read the documents, I got the idea that it may have been from like a third world war country that they were bringing in a kid of like poverty.
Right. And I mean that's
one take on it.
Well, the 3 people who are in the document that are known as, you know, person 1, person 2, person 3. The third one was from England. And they flew her from England, or they flew over there to England and then flew her back over here to New Mexico. Then the other one was flown from Florida to New York. And then the other one was flown from somewhere else to New Mexico to the Zorro Ranch. And I found it interesting that we find out in those documents that Zorro Ranch has been a property of Epstein's since 1994. Now, what's interesting about that is when True News last year, when Epstein got arrested, because it was around, I believe it was the 10th that Epstein was killed, or at least first arrested.
9th is when it first came out.
Oh, was it the 9th of August? Okay, so yeah, we're coming up on a year now. And I found it interesting that when all that shit went down, what the fuck was I saying? Damn it, Dwayne, why you always gotta interrupt me?
You're talking about the 3 girls. You're talking about all 3 of the
girls.
girls.
Oh, yeah. When they shipped them over there to the Zorro Ranch, when True News went over there and they were looking, they walked up on their property, right? And the property was so fucking weird because, like, there were bars on the windows. And, like, there were weird fertility statues behind little closed bars up at the top of one of the buildings. And his point of having Zorro Ranch was to get a bunch of women pregnant who would then have his genetically superior babies. Oh, yes, girl, you ain't looked into the Zorro Ranch?
Well, no,
He
because
was-
the court documents, she just talks about the sex trafficking and the abuse, but it doesn't get into anything of like, you know, the satanic stuff or
Okay,
like that. It doesn't touch on any of that.
his thing is he had donors. He had donors who put money into this Zorro Ranch. And he talked to other scientists and got them to like get on board with this idea so that he would have basically a bunch of clones of his genetically superior babies. And he wanted this. And I wonder with the way that they talk about it, they always acted like Zorro Ranch was a new acquisition of property. But now with these leaked documents, we find out this is not a new acquisition of property, and he's been in that home since 1994.
Now watch this. With my studies of Zorro Ranch, right?
Right.
Because Scarlet got me doing studies.
I'm going to go put the smackdown on because I have a child who's still awake, so I will be back.
No, you're fine. So, you know, with Zorro Ranch is that property is so big, okay, Renee? That when they originally searched it, they could barely find a damn thing.
Wait, is this his main home? I guess is that what you guys are talking about? His.
I don't know if it's his main home.
That's not the island, though, right? That's not the island.
I think that's Epstein Island. I do believe. I'll ask Scarlet when she comes back. I think that is Epstein Island.
Is that the island?
What?
Zorro Ranch, is that the island?
No, that's the New Mexico property.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
But
that's not even the island.
It was so big because I know when they first searched Zorro Ranch.
Oh, it's in the middle of BFE, and I believe it's like 200 or 300 acre property or something like that. It's in the middle of New Mexico, like in the middle of the desert. They never searched it. They never searched Zorro Ranch.
Oh, they said they did. Then why the fuck did they say they did?
Because they wanted you to think that they looked into it.
Yes,
you know,
guys,
they never
I'm
even
sorry,
looked at Little St. James Island until like 4 or 5 months after he had been arrested. By then, all the evidence was gone.
Guys, I'm sorry, but yes, I am cooking in front of y'all. I've only ate one thing.
What you making?
I'm making ramen noodles. I'm gonna mix with some ravioli. Because the only thing I ate today was a can of ravioli because my son was here and I haven't.
So you're gonna mix ramen noodles and ravioli? Is that what I just heard you say? You're eating some weird ass food combinations. I swear.
Listen. I technically really haven't eaten much in the past 2 days. Okay, since my son's been here. Because I've been up on my feet.
Get that, but I'm
white, so that was my first comment when he said what he was eating. Like that's like something a poor white kid would try to come up with.
It's beef ramen.
Okay.
Adding more beef
with ravioli.
That's the part. Beef is in the ravioli.
That sounds questionable.
You know what? My whole life right now is questionable.
Dude, but I love ramen though. Like authentic ramen from a ramen place. Like I'm obsessed with ramen. I love ramen.
Bro, we used to have a ramen shop here in Canton, and I went, bro, and it was so good. But let me tell you all this: I went to a fucking hibachi for the first time in 2017. That shit was fucking good.
I love hibachi. Hibachi is tasty.
Bro, when they started fucking throwing vegetables at us, dude, like the females put us to shame.
I always like the onion volcano.
The onion volcano and where he fucking throws a fucking egg with his spatula. But back to the keto gate thing, and I've studied a lot into this shit. It runs deeper than Epstein. We can now.
No, but like I was gonna ask you guys too. Like, what happened to him? What? Like, I don't think he's dead.
He was
like,
murdered.
what happened to him? But what happened to him? They don't say like where his body went. if they sent
The
his body back
guard?
to his family for a funeral.
Right,
didn't
where was
tell
the
us
funeral or anything? Nope,
Where
they
is
didn't
he?
tell us shit. Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot
And
of
here's
people
my
believe
thing.
that a lot of people believe that his father had ties to Israel and Mossad, and so they believe that he exodused to Israel. Now, a lot of people do believe that. They do believe he's still alive. They do believe that he is in Israel and has basically just changed his name and, appearance a little bit and is living his best life. Now, we don't know that, but what we do know is that the surrounding incidents that happen around the time of his death are very sketchy, and they're not normal, and it's not anything normal that
Way
would have
too
happened.
sketchy.
Is it not normal
Way
when
too sketchy.
someone's in prison or jail and is that public? Is it not normal for them to tell us about a funeral or where he is though?
Nah.
That's not normal. You
Nah.
always hear about what happens.
When an inmate dies in the facility, and I know this for
Yeah, but
certain
he's
reasons,
high profile though.
but watch it. But it doesn't matter. When an inmate dies in the facility, if a family member does not claim the body within 24 to 25 days, they cremate that body.
But did anybody take him back? That's my question. Did anybody claim for the body, and did they bury him, and where would they have buried him?
Or maybe they kept it disclosed because they knew if someone knew where he was, there's plenty of people that would have, they would have tried to go burn his ashes or something.
But
Because,
Well, that's what I mean. What'd they end up doing? And then what did they do with his estate? That's another good question.
If keep it closed, why the fuck was it in the news that he died?
Well, here's the deal. What did they do with his estate? Did they sell it? What are they doing with it?
What happened to the operations? He was running a whole show, a whole underground show with all these
Ghislaine
people.
Maxwell too was running all of his businesses too, and all his properties.
Maxwell owns the property. She used to live there after he died.
She doesn't own the properties. She was the one who managed the properties. That's originally why Jeffrey Epstein hired her in the 90s, was to manage his properties in New York, Palm Beach, and Zorro Ranch property. So what'd they do with it? What have they done? And then two, we find out now that in 2016 they were already depositioning her before the election. Okay. Before the election, they had already brought in Ghislaine Maxwell in the state of New York to ask her these questions about what they believe that her connection was. So this was before the WikiLeaks. And so I find it interesting.
Let me ask the next question though. Let me ask another question.
His estate is frozen. Frozen until when, Pam? You know what I mean? The man's dead.
So let me ask a question. So in the Netflix documentary, Renee's will get shot. When he was first charged, how the fuck did he get off and get that fucking bond or whatever the fuck it was to where no other fucking state could touch his ass? Remember that? Him and his co-conspirators got off. Renee, listen to this shit. The state attorney made a plea deal
in Florida.
Where he entered in Florida with a no contest. I think it was a no contest order. It was a no bargain order. I think that's what it was. Him and his co-conspirators got off free to where no other federal agency or no other state could touch his ass.
Yeah, how do you get immunity on that? You know what I mean? That's because we've always said, I'll tell you how. You want to know how, Dwayne? Because Red and I have followed this. Hold on, let me tell you. Red and I have followed this for a really fucking long time. Okay. And we've heard about Jeffrey Epstein and the Lolita Express for many, many years. Okay. The Lolita Express is the name of the flight that they called that were bringing kids, because a Lolita is sometimes considered a woman, and this and that. So it was the Lolita Express, and there was a lot of information that had already been leaked about this. A few people had already come public about it, and Epstein basically was the best the reason why we always wanted Epstein to go down, and we're so fucking shocked the day that they arrested him. I mean, I honestly like damn near pissed my pants because I was like, I can't believe this shit. But the reason why he ended up being such an integral player is because with him, you can show how this works on a level that isn't necessarily, A-list celebrities. But it also shows how one man can be so very connected. And so he was just a very good example of what goes on. And he did it very sloppily. Because you got to keep in mind that most of the people who were involved with Epstein are celebrities, were scientists, were people who were revered in their communities, people that he knew that he could also make deals with them and shit wouldn't necessarily get out to the light of day. That's how he made his whole fortunes, was getting people to invest in shit and ideas that he came up with scientifically.
Right.
Even though he wasn't a scientist.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. So he basically partnered with scientists to get them to, and he would find funding for them. So he would kind of be like a venture capitalist, and he would find money for them to get these studies done. And then in turn, he would, ask favors about things he wanted to know about. And everybody said he was very strange. People who interacted with him on a business level said that it was very sometimes hard. But, in these circles, what a lot of rich people do, even if somebody's super eccentric, they tolerate it. They just say, oh, well, that's just Jeffrey. Don't worry about it. That's how he acts. And so they tolerate a lot of this behavior that, to some people at the time, they said was red flags. And that's what pulled them away from him. We could even talk about the art that was at Epstein's home. A lot of that art is very, very interesting and fucking strange. Why do you have a picture of George Bush in a frickin', I believe it was like a dress or something like that, or it's Bill Clinton in a dress? Like, why the hell do you have pictures of that with red shoes on? And we all know what the Red Shoe Society is about. I mean, they do it in plain sight because evil is not allowed to hide what they do to people. And so to some degree, all this child trafficking has to be on the surface because, darkness can't operate completely in darkness. They have to have some light to illuminate the way. And it's just been interesting, since Trump has become president, we've had over 10,000 sex trafficking arrests.
That's funny. Since I was
more than any other president and more than all the other presidents who arrested people for sex trafficking combined.
How the fuck did he know where the fuck they were at? That's my fucking question. That's my goddamn question.
I think Trump knows and hung out with those people, but wasn't necessarily involved with the kitty diddling, and maybe necessarily didn't like the kitty diddling. But because people are, like I said, when you're rich and in these circles, you don't shut people down because either you could get shut down in the next breath or they just tolerate a lot of shit that should never be tolerated because money and power and fame rules in these circles. So I do believe Trump knows because he admitted himself. He admitted himself. I knew Ghislaine Maxwell. We both lived in Palm Beach. I met her many times. So he had to have known. But I don't think Trump's bag was young girls. I do believe he liked pretty women. I do believe he liked multiple women. I do believe that was a thing. And he may have liked younger women. But I don't know if I will go and stretch as far as to say he for sure had relations with underage girls. And, but if he did, he did. It's popular. This is what people do. Groupies do it all the time. Young girls go to concerts and want to, get in backstage with the band. And, hell, Girls Gone Wild was a good example of women going somewhere and then acting an absolute apeshit fool, just for the sake of being on camera. I've been to a Girls Gone Wild taping, and I'm going to tell you right now, people were doing extra shit that you never saw in the fucking club before then. Like, they wanted to be on camera. They wanted to do the most outrageous shit that they ever could.
So how do you feel about the Q stuff then?
Q is bullshit. Q is controlled opposition, and I'll tell you why. So, in 2017, Q came out. Right? And in August of 2017, there was beginning talk on Alex Jones about Q, okay, before Q even really became super popular. Alex Jones had his own guy, Zach, who was his supposed insider, that he was getting information from that was kind of like what the Q drops were. Now, Alex Jones had this character on for over 6 to 8 months at this point when Q was about to drop, okay? So basically, a lot of people, when Q came out, a lot of Alex Jones listeners thought Q was Zach. Because of the way that Zach would come on with the intel and tell us about what was going to happen, say that he's a part of the military, knows a few things about what's going on that's going to come down the pipeline. Okay. So then we fast forward after that, Q drops. Not a lot of people are into it, okay, at that time. It was very far few between, and because I dive into the fringe of fucking fringe, I found it, right? So at that point, they were still on 8chan, we hadn't even made the move to 4chan. We were still deep into 8chan. And that's where we found these Q drops, and that's where we started learning this information. Fast forward to December of 2017. That's when we had the first Days of Darkness, okay? And so Q was dropping all this information, future proofs past, all this bullshit, yada, yada, yada. And there were things that Q said up until that point that were verifiable, okay? To where Q would say it, and then this shit would come out a couple days later. Not like this future proofs past shit that they push now, but real shit that he'd be like, this is about to happen, then 2 days later that shit would happen, right? Well, when the first Days of Darkness happened, Q came out and said, after this, I'm not going to come back and do another drop unless it absolutely is dire. And I will not come back before then. Like, it's going to have to be like ultimate collapse type deal, right? So Q left. And this was the first Days of Darkness. And everybody kind of freaked out because they were like, well, where do we go from now, right? And people were kind of lost at that time. And they were like, well, what the shit, Because at that point, it was like 2 to 3 months in, more people on the fringe kind of got into it because Alex Jones was talking about it every week and this and that. Well, after the first Days of Darkness, the tone of Q changed. And the way it almost seemed like it was a different person. Like it wasn't the same person who was doing the post before the Days of Darkness. Okay. And it was about 10 days that he disappeared and then came back. Okay. But he said he wasn't going to come back. So everybody was like, well, what the shit? That's when I first started having doubts about Q because I was like, why would they come back within 10 days? Nothing happened in 10 days that would have been life-changing or earth-shattering. Okay. And he didn't come back with any drops that were super important. So then the narrative started changing and the way Q talked to people started changing and the way that the drops happened started changing. Well, about a year after that is when the first, the Q, videos that they show on, YouTube and those first came out. Before then, there was no video explaining what Q was, what Q is supposed to be, where we go, when we go, all of that shit. That didn't exist. Then they started pushing that narrative more and more and more out into the mainstream, getting people to eventually believe it to where it's basically a mainstream thing now. But the interesting thing about
it's kind of sad because I know actual MK Ultra survivors, and it's sad because that they're survivors, and they fall for that, and they and it's sad to think that they've gone through all that hell, and then they think that Trump is going to be their hero right now, and it's sad because they really think that's going to happen.
What do you
Stop
think?
interrupting her! Damn it! That is such a naughty habit of yours, Dwayne. Let somebody finish speaking first.
What do you think? What do you think Russ McCamey uses?
Oh, I know.
MK Ultra.
When
That's a
no,
Well,
dangerous.
MK Ultra
yeah,
has
yeah,
been used for a long time,
yeah,
but what
I
she's saying
know.
is that these people have a lot of people truly believe that the mass arrests are going to happen. A lot of people truly believe that there are people working behind the scenes to take this cabal down. But what I think it is a way to make people fucking complacent because trust the plan. So then you're not out there actually organizing with your people and organizing like we should be as citizens of the United States against the deep state. It gets you in a state of complacency because you're never going to make actions towards it because you believe this fictional Q motherfucker is going to take down the world. When really there's no evidence of that at all. And there's no arrests that have been happening. Who the fuck is getting arrested? Oh, Jake Paul. He's such a low hanging fruit. Like, that's a joke. You know what I mean? So I think it's more to make good patriots, complacent because one things I always said since before the fucking election of Trump is that we can't stop pushing once Trump gets elected to try to keep these ideas of freedom going, right? Because my biggest concern was everybody was going to be like, oh, Trump won. And then they weren't going to do shit to actually make sure that we kept training. We kept, like the way people were before the rallies, where they were very organized out there, passing signs, getting the information out. When Trump got elected, a lot of conservatives just kind of sat on the sidelines after that. They're like, oh, our guy won. It doesn't matter. We don't have to do anything ever. And it really, I do believe, was a paralyzation tool of the deep state for the right wing so that they would not stand up and actually organize themselves in an effective manner. Because you have to remember, at that time, we had two factions going on. We had the Trump side, and then we had the Antifa side, which we're still seeing today. The difference is that when Trump got elected, the patriots stopped connecting and being as close and working together. Antifa went underground, kept training, kept trying to get into society and culture and move forward, and had all these organizations that they would train activists and get them on the front lines, where the right has no equal mechanism to keep up with that. And it was really important for them to have the mechanism to have the same momentum as Antifa, but they lost that. And now everybody basically believes that Q is going to be some, amazing Captain Save-A-Ho, and it ain't going to happen. It's never going to happen.
So
Morning,
Trusting the
like
plan.
an agenda, because like they've done it so strategically
This
too. Because I'm
chat
not gonna
is
lie,
live, Epsi Sigma. Go, continue.
I've watched, because I was curious, because I'm into conspiracy theories. I watched that documentary. I don't know if you've seen it, The Fall of Cabal, if that's the correct term for it. Right. So that took me 5 days to get through. That was an intense documentary. And what I was confused is how they've done it, because did you get the little tidbits where they said Trump's done things and it's supposed to be signs and stuff like that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, to be fair, we have seen a few signs like that he has kind of dropped that I do feel are some type of signals. People
That's
were
what
saying,
I was wanting to ask you about, because he has done some, some weird things.
We're in the United States.
One was the Fiji bottle. Do you remember that one?
No, I don't remember the Fiji bottle.
So the media kept making a big deal because he kept drinking out of a Fiji bottle, and they thought it was real displaced with him doing the interview. He kept holding it up. He kept drinking it. And in that documentary, the woman goes into it about, my memory isn't the greatest, but whoever owns Fiji or wherever that water is bottled, it ended up being some cult sex trafficking thing that ended up getting exposed.
Interesting.
And then a second example is, do you remember when Melanie went on that mission and she wore that jacket that said I don't care or something like that, and the media made a big deal about it? So that ended up being a designer that got in trouble for I think it was child labor or something like that. Yeah. So it's little things like that the documentary kept going into, like Trump was trying to talk to people with those signs. So I just thought it was a little bit weird. So
that, and stuff like that, could be happening. He could be signaling us. You know what I mean? To like give us some information. That could be. But I don't think there's this whole Q network out there coming to be Captain Save-A-Ho. I think it's going to have to come from us, we the people, and stand up. But one thing I do think that has been nice is it has educated people about what actually goes on behind the scenes, right? So like Fall of the Cabal is good. It's a good documentary, right? Because it shows average people what's actually going on. But where I think it fails is putting all of their
it takes
eggs
it
in
into
the
a
Q
different
basket.
narrative. So
Yep.
it's taking them on the wrong path about the right things. That's why I get upset, because it's like, you can't say this isn't happening. They just took something that's already existing and put it into their narrative.
Yep.
To
Exactly.
feed their agenda. So it's still kind of sad. And so who they think Q is, right? That gets even better. They think it's
JFK Jr. Yeah.
That was wild.
You know what?
No,
and they said he's like a time traveler.
But you want to
right.
hear
No,
the thing,
I
though,
mean, I don't
too?
know. If you want to go back to the time traveler thing, you got to think about, the books by Ingersoll Lockwood, right? That came out in the 1800s, which were The Fabulous Adventures of Baron Trump, and also the book The Last President. What's interesting about the book The Last President, they bring up that this man will become president. He was a Fifth Avenue millionaire. And as soon as he was elected, there was chaos in the streets.
Yes,
and they
absolutely. You're
revolted him
educated.
becoming president.
Hold on a minute.
And so that book was written in the 1800s, right? And it's called The Last President. And it's very interesting because a lot of the nuances sound like Trump. And then, like I said, his other book is the Marvelous Adventures of Baron Trump. And in that book, Baron Trump is a time traveler. And so there could be some interesting connections. I mean, if we want to go with, we don't have provinces in the United States, Psi Sigma. We have states. Canada has provinces, but we have states. When it comes down to, one of the things.
Scarlet, why do you seem puzzled?
Because time travelers, if we wanted to go into. No, I'm not getting confused. I'm watching what's going on.
I got it. That's why I'm being quiet. I got it.
Okay. Time travelers, I mean, that's an interesting concept in and of itself. One of the people, Art Bell, that, I definitely revere, talked a lot about time travelers. And you got to keep in mind, in the theory of time travel, if there ever is time travel, time travelers would exist now. And so, could it be possible?
Hey, Scar, can you check chat, please?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I know,
what do you
aren't they? I know. I feel like Psi Sigma is getting to the point of trolling. And one fun thing about here on the Freedom Revolution Network, if you feel like you're trolling, we will just block you. So if you'd like to enjoy the show and have a wonderful conversation, you can. Otherwise, you know where to go.
He's not really causing any harm yet for me to block him. Hold on.
No, like Migto said, getting close to trolling behavior, though. It's borderline. We're watching you.
I know. I got it. I told you I got it.
Okay, you don't have to say it. I can say what I want, Dwayne. Oh, you're a friend. Oh, good. Well, you can ask questions. And so that's why we say, we're just watching. We just want to make sure. We've had other trolls tonight. So we're kind of on troll patrol right now. So I apologize.
No, he was asking questions. I did see it.
Yeah. And so I feel like when it comes down to it, I don't know about the JFK Jr. thing, but I know that when he was killed, there was a lot of speculation about what actually happened at the time.
You know what?
so
And I
could
had
it
a
be-
lot of questions because when I learned about the death of JFK and then his son not too close afterwards.
Well, the son died in the 90s, and Robert Kennedy, the senior RFK died in the 60s, so it was many years later.
Right, but I still have questions to this day because can I throw out a conspiracy theory here, Scarlett?
Sure.
I feel with John F. Kennedy being president, I feel like he was getting ready to expose a lot of this pedogate stuff, and that's why they killed him.
Potentially, but I mean, the Kennedys have been a powerful family for many, 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 many years. Would they have even let him, if he wanted to, come out against these things? Would they have even allowed it? The Kennedys have been one of the most powerful families who have had multiple people in their family killed off. The one Kennedy guy who is a senator, he's had a history of literally being around people who have been dead. And he's never gotten charges for that. So there is some very interesting, connections. But to think that RFK Jr. is still alive and coming up with this plot and doing all these things, I just feel like they're really pushing a far-fetched loop.
Right.
And
can I ask,
extreme.
Can I ask a question?
Why are we talking about the Kennedys? Because we're talking about Q and the connection that some people believe that RFK Jr. is actually Q, and he's the one putting out the messages, and that he never died in the plane or helicopter crash off of the coast of New York, and that he's still been alive this whole time, trying to basically create an American revival on certain issues and problems that we've had in the United States.
They do believe September is going to be when stuff happens. I don't know when or where, but that's when they think stuff is going to happen.
You know what?
September.
And here's my thing on the whole September rumor, right?
Isn't Q terrible? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Why are people so easily gullible and believe in Q but this only reason why I know what I believe is because I followed Q from the first post. And the interesting thing about this is I was watching Defango, and I don't know if anybody watches Defango here, but I watched Defango. And Defango is a hacker. And he was at HackerCon in Las Vegas a few years ago. I believe it was 2017, if I'm not mistaken.
Hell yeah, he was. That shit was fucking live, bro.
And when he was at HackerCon, there was an FBI roundtable about Q, and they were asking these streamers and these hackers about what they knew about Q. Now, as Defango starts digging through things, he finds this puzzle group called Cicada 3301. Okay, now Cicada 3301 is a highly sophisticated group of people who create online puzzles that have Easter eggs in them, basically, is the best way I can explain it, right?
So,
they put out a lot of different... Hold on. They put out a lot of different puzzles in the past that people have taken, even years to figure out. And so a lot of people... So Defango came out and with his research basically said Cicada 3301 is the original person who came out with Q. The federal government came to them and then took over the accounts and kept posting as Q.
Oh my god, I'm not feeling good.
What's wrong?
My stomach hurts so bad.
Because you sat there and ate them ramens with that? Yeah.
I was just about to say.
No, I ate chips and dip, and then I drank a half gallon of milk.
That's probably why your stomach hurts.
I had 2 pieces of bread, some more chips and dip, an apple, and then
you just
my
said
bowl
you
of
didn't
ramen.
eat nothing, and now you got all this food that you didn't eat.
Bro, I was hungry.
You can't eat all that at once, dude. That's why your stomach hurts. Who's in charge of our government?
Trump.
A bunch of shit people. No,
Trump.
but literally multinational corporations are in charge of our government here in the United States. as well as other foreign players. And, our government isn't the United States government. It is the government of corporation.
But I want to answer Renee's question. When she said, I want to piggyback off of Renee here for a quick second. When she said that everything is going to happen in September, I feel, okay, now watch. We're about to come on year number 19 of 9/11, right?
Right.
I believe literally around
Correct.
9/11, we're going to have the most bullshit happen because that's the day the U.S. was in complete disaster. Because you got to think, we've only ever had 2 attacks done on homeland soil. Watch this. Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941.
Right.
60 years later, September 11th, 2001. Both times we went to war 3 days within each other, right? Follow me with this, okay?
I believe shock and awe happened maybe 4 or 5 days later.
Yeah. So watch this. We just got done with the war in Iraq right before 9/11 happened.
Right.
The war in Iraq was in 2000. Before that, we just got done with
2001.
Desert Storm. No, war in Iraq was 2000.
No, it wasn't. We didn't start bombing Iraq until after 9/11 with the shock and awe campaign. What year were you even born, Dwayne?
Born in 1991, but I did my research. We went.
You were not born in 1991.
No, I was born in 1998. Sorry. I've done my research though. We were in Iraq in 2000.
Which means you were less than 3 years old when that shit happened. I was 14. I'm pretty sure that I know what happened. Thanks.
Bro,
I was alive.
I can give you the dates of every single you watch this, and I'm gonna surprise your ass here for a minute. Watch me. I'm
engaged. I've been with the same person for 11 years. Epsi Sigma.
I'm gonna give you each name and the dates that correspond with each war that America's ever been in, and watch this. Don't ask me how I know.
The Gulf War, but he was talking about for 9/11, when we actually started the war.
So watch this. We have the American Revolution, 1771 to 1785. We had the Eastern Indian War, 1776 to 1783. 1775 to 1783, 1812 to 1813, 1813 to 1838, 1846 to 1848, 1861 to 1865, 1866 to 1890, 1898 to 1902, 1914 to 1918, 1939 to 1945, 1950 to 1953, 1956 to 1975, 1991 to 1991. That's fucking obvious. No, 1775 to 1783. Yeah, it's Cold War. 1991, 2000, 2001 to 2011. And then we had all right, you were right, Scarlet. Then we had Afghanistan, which is currently still 2001 to present. So, now watch this. Like I just said, 1939 to 1945, the U.S. didn't get involved until 41, right? Because of Pearl Harbor. Follow me.
Right.
So we're going to go. So if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen on the day that our homeland was attacked. So it can either happen in December of September 11th, or it can happen December 7th of this year. Because we're going to come into the 51, 61, 71, 81, 91.
I believe we're going to have an October surprise for sure. During election years, there's something that's called the October surprise that always happens during election year. And I believe they're going to save some of the biggest actions for that. Now, what I do think potentially is coming in the month of September is potential more lockdowns. Okay. That's what I believe. Nope, Pam's not on screen. But I do believe we will get a second group of lockdowns. I believe September is probably when they will lock us down. We'll have some big event happen in October, right before the election, sending everybody into a scramble and everybody into concerning situations about what to do next, where to go, and where to look. I just have a really good gut feeling about it. And
Now
I don't
watch
like my
this.
gut feelings lately because they become true. And we've predicted a lot of things that have happened so far with coronavirus for those who have been here with us, like MGTOW and Pam.
What happened to our
Pam is-
Bernie Sanders? He dropped out.
Yeah, what the hell did happen to Bernie Sanders? He just kind of fell off. Ain't nobody heard from him. He ain't said shit.
Once Biden entered the race, Bernie Sanders said he was done. He knew he was
He
going to
ain't
get
said a
beat by Biden.
word. Yeah, but we haven't even heard from him lately. Like, where's his opinion on coronavirus? Like, he used to actually be like a popular figure that people would go to hear what he had to say. But let's think about this. His ass has been missing.
I think Sanders is still in the presidential race. I believe he's still on the ballot this
No,
year.
Biden's the only one waiting to get the nomination. Yeah, Biden's the only one waiting to get the nomination. Yeah, he's the only one. Biden's the only one waiting for the nomination for the DNC. And he just said that he wasn't going to go to, I think it was Michigan. Where the hell are they trying to do that Democratic convention? I think it was like Michigan or somewhere.
No,
and
it wasn't
Biden
Michigan.
says he won't go.
Fuck, where was it?
Wisconsin? Milwaukee?
It was Wisconsin.
Yeah, it might have been Wisconsin.
Yes, Video Kid is Renee.
Yes, yes. I guess
like
we
I
should
was
have
saying, in Scarlet, I agree with you, but here's another thing. What if it's to start a World War III and Secret Service pops? Not Secret Service, but
you know what? That's a good
Selective
question, FP
Service.
Sigma. Why did people pick Biden over Sanders? Okay, but you want to know why? Because honestly, when it comes down to it, they don't want Sanders in charge. They want to use him as a tool. Because in 2016, what they did is they did a beautifully orchestrated bait and switch campaign where they were getting all the people who were supporting Bernie Sanders all excited. You know, these rallies were just as big as Trump rallies. They were going back and forth on who was bigger, right? They got all this energy, all this attention behind young people for Sanders. And then literally at the convention, shut it all down. And basically we're like, you know what? You need to push your support to Hillary. So they did a beautiful bait and switch campaign.
Trump is our best choice for the vagabonds. I totally fucking disagree with you. Get that buffoon out of
office. Who else is the choice? Who else is a choice? Biden? Kitty diddling Biden? Trump is the only choice.
Truly. I'm not voting this year. Let me tell you this. Neither president is getting my fucking vote.
Like, if I could make Joe Jorgensen be president, that's who I would like. Like, honestly, truly. But honestly, if you really think about this, Biden, who sat there and sided with the military-industrial complex, sat there, made laws against people that are now being used against people, and his record is terrible. He told people that he didn't want his children in a racial jungle. That was in the 1970s. I don't want my kids to enter into a racial jungle. Quote.
Then why is he even running for president, dude? Just drop the fuck out.
Because dude, they have to prop up.
Right now,
the Democrats have to prop up.
Right now, there's
who else are they going to put?
Right now, there's a 90% chance that Biden or Trump is going to win. They're that neck and neck.
Exactly. Sanders is a communist, and the deep state doesn't want them running things. They just want to use them as tools. Absolutely. Why they use Antifa the way they do. Why? And I think that I've always said this is that, you know, the left was going to use Antifa as a tool, but then there comes a point where Antifa is going to, because of the way they pump them up, is going to think that they're more powerful than they really are and turn against their handlers. And that's what we've seen in cities like Portland, Minneapolis, and all the other democratically controlled cities where Antifa went and acted a damn fool, because I knew that was going to be a thing. Now, there's no way that you can pump people up for so long.
I'll tell you this, here in like the next 13, 14 years, me and Scarlet has literally talked about it. We are running for office.
Yeah, Jesse Ventura was good. He was the governor of my state. And he actually was decent.
I love how fucking Scarlet just disregards what I said.
What? Oh, how we're running for president? Yeah.
Years. Scarlet's running for president, and I'm going to be her vice president.
Yeah, I told Dwayne he could be vice president. They really don't do
Doesn't
much.
trust me as president. Bro, I would fucking push that nuclear button fucking quicker in a hurry.
You don't get the nuclear football. You don't get the nuclear football as vice. You don't get the nuclear football. I would get the codes to the nuclear football. Somebody I pick gets the codes to the nuclear football, but you do not get the codes to the nuclear football. There's no.
You wouldn't give me the codes of the nuclear football at all.
I would not.
No, it would be like a fucking TikTok video I would see going like, okay, Groot, let's try this one more time. I am Groot. Yes. No, it'll go like, I am Groot. No, that's the button that kills everybody. Let's try this again. I am Groot. Yes. I am Groot. Uh-huh. I am Groot. No! And boom. See, I would be the type of vice president if North Korea just pissed me off. They're gone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's why you don't get the nuclear football. That's why you don't get to be president.
Once Scarlet heard I was running.
That's why you don't get to be president.
Let's talk about how he's trying to postpone the election.
Right. Okay. Now, who said that in January? Who brought that up in January?
Us.
Scarlet did. Not Dwayne.
And me.
Scarlet did.
And me.
After I brought it up. But I brought this factor up then. When they actually pulled the national emergency and actually pulled out the medical national emergency, I said, look, once we're in a state of national emergency and pop the Stafford Act, that's technically martial law. In a time of martial law and in emergency peacetime, you could then say that the potential for destruction would be larger, and so therefore you could postpone the election. Now they
I remember you saying this. I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's been watching it since January.
Yeah, that's when I first started watching. That's why I remember. Yeah.
But here's my thing. But when President Trump said we were no longer, because I remember him saying this when he said open up the states right now, I remember him saying that we were no longer considered a state of emergency. But now, with the COVID-19 cases coming up, watch this. With the COVID-19 cases spiking back up, because if I can find my phone, I will tell you the exact number we're at this point, and I'm going to.
I could pull up Smart News real quick. Hold on.
The numbers we are at: 5,032,547, with the deaths of 162,805, with the recovered of 257,349. Now, if I go look at the world.
Oh, I didn't see that. I see U.S. coronavirus cases 4,883,657.
Nope.
Damn.
You're way off.
How come my Smart News is being crap?
I'm on World Meters and you're smart ass as shit. We've already figured that out.
Well, yeah, that's true. The numbers aren't that great on there.
Man, we were 1,000. We were 2,000 off, Scarlet, on mine and yours.
I know, it is quite a bit. Interesting. Certain states are rising right now. Other states are falling, including New York.
I'm not done. I was just about to read off the world numbers.
Scarlet, your camera's messed up.
He froze.
Coming back.
All right. World cases, we're at 19 million.
Smoking is allowed because it's my network. So yeah, I make the rules because I own the network. So yeah, smoking's totally allowed. Absolutely.
So for world coronavirus cases, we're at 19,282,017.
No, we didn't lose our jobs, bro. This is my job.
Death is 718,074. Now, out of the 19,282,017 cases, we have 12,377,151.
No,
recovered.
They made a state of emergency in January, Big Toe. And so, no, that is real. We are in a peacetime emergency over the COVID-19. As well as the state of Colorado is actually in true martial law. according to the executive order from Jared Polis, if you go look up their executive order, he says that in March, he asked Trump to enact the Stafford Act, and it was approved. The Stafford Act, we all know, is martial law.
Bro, but here's the thing with martial law, though, and I'm going to go ahead and pop off and say something. Oh, my God, hold on.
Nope,
my
not politician.
Bro,
Go
my
ahead.
friend Katie's in the ICU.
Why? COVID's?
I don't know. I'm messaging her.
Yeah, find out.
Or I think it's her mom.
Oh, well, find out. Is it COVID's? I always want to know now if people go to the hospital over that. Like, not like people can't get sick otherwise, but I always want to know. Yeah. No, my spouse is totally fine. He supports me 100%. We call him Mr. Tire around here. And he totally supports me, so.
My spouse agrees. He knows I've been doing this since January. He all good. Matter of fact, my mom supports me.
That's true. And about 30% of people did probably lose their jobs, McToe. That's true. Today is my honey's last day at work, and we're kind of nervous about switching jobs, but there's not really much we can do anyway. We have to switch jobs because we're moving. It's not like we can keep the job that's 2 hours away. So that's a little concerning. I don't know how we'll make ends meet, but it's just concerning with, COVID world. Do you get another job or what happens? So, I mean, that is a concern.
Portland, Oregon is popping off now.
Oh, yeah. We have been under a state of emergency since 2001. So, good point. Like, we have been under technical military martial law since that point. It's a good point. Oh, shit chat gets cold here. I don't know where you're from, Epsi Sigma, but here in the great state of Minnesota, in the wintertime, we get to, Fargo is in North Dakota. But we get down to, but the story Fargo and the movie Fargo is based off a story that happened here in Minnesota. So there is a difference. But it gets really cold here. We get what would be like negative 50 C. So it gets pretty cold here.
I think the most Ohio gets, Renee, correct me if I'm wrong, I'd say probably about negative 10 during the winter.
Yeah. Pretty much. I'd agree with that. Pretty close.
And see, now I have someone from Ohio to back me up with my numbers.
Right. Yeah, you guys don't get half as cold as we do.
One thing I do want to say.
We still need a refrigerator in the winter. We warm our homes to a nice 75, 80 degrees. So, but you can use the outside as an awesome freezer, though, in the wintertime. Like, a lot of times in the winter, I just put a cooler outside and keep, like, all my frozen foods out there, or frozen meat and stuff like that. As long as it's not going to get over 32 or 0 C for the day, I'm good to go.
Yeah, my dad used to do that, but he would keep, like, soda pop outside in his cooler. He would just keep pop outside.
Hey, can I give a shout out?
Yeah, because you can keep everything cold. You know what I mean? Like, it's dope. Or you can, like, if you ever want a beer quick in the winter up here, you put a beer in the fucking snow. That shit's fucking cold and 2.5, especially on a negative degree day. You just set that shit out. Or go ice fishing and set it on the ice. That's always good.
I'm going to give a shout out to somebody. He's my best friend from church.
There's no polar bears here. No, we're not that far up north. Come on now. I'm not in the Arctic. Well,
Scarlet.
I mean, I'm close to the Arctic, but I mean, it's still 1,000 or 2 miles away. I mean, Canada would maybe have, like up in Nunavut or something like that, would have polar bears, but there's no polar bears here. We have black bears, but no grizzlies.
All right, I want to give a shout out to somebody.
Oh, you're in Tasmania? That's cool.
Can you stop interrupting me?
Melbourne? Well, I'm sorry. Everybody's talking about cool shit. Sorry.
I'm trying to give a shout out, damn it.
Oh, shout out. Shout out.
It's to my best friend from church. He just finished State Trooper Academy last month.
Whoop.
He's expecting a baby, and I think 18
Oh,
weeks.
congrats.
And he's my best friend. I want to wish you luck out
What do
there
you
in the
mean
street.
expecting a baby in the next 18 months? So they're going to try for a baby?
Weeks.
Oh, weeks. I thought you said months. I was like, boy, that's like 2 pregnancies. But okay. Wonderful.
I want to wish you good luck out there in the streets, man. I hope you make it home safe every night to your wife and your unborn baby. The Freedom Revolution Network loves you. We support you.
Thank you for your service.
Now, wait, imagine no power in Wisconsin or Minnesota during the winter. Ouch.
It's called a wood stove. Works pretty well.
What?
Our ancestors used them. Like, I'm just saying, like, we do have mountain lions. We do have skunks. Rattlesnakes are only in the south of Minnesota and southwest Minnesota in a specific small area. But other than that, no
fucking
snakes
West
here.
Virginia has them. I got a story about rattlesnakes. Listen to this
Not
shit.
yeah, some people do put like in RVs. I would say that would probably be like more recreational vehicles, or maybe like a cabin you're not using. But yeah, some people do run antifreeze through their lines so that they don't freeze. But for the most part, we don't have problems with like exploding pipes or anything like that.
I want to say this. I got a story about rattlesnakes. I was in West Virginia in 2017. Me and Pat on a missionary trip. And we went up to the highest point in West Virginia, right? Well, we were driving back down and we seen a rattlesnake. We stopped. This kid who was taking pictures decided to get out the fucking van through the back door where the snake is at and try to walk towards the snake. It started, we didn't know it was a rattlesnake. It started making that rattler noise. I yanked him up by his polo and his jeans and threw his ass back in there as the snake is striking. And he went like, why did he pull me back like that? I'm like, we're all the way up in the fucking mountains. None of us have fucking self-service. We're not going to get to the bottom of it to where we can get self-service or find the fucking phone. Your ass is going to fucking die. And everyone's looking at me because I'm cussing and I'm on a Christian ministry. Like, your ass is going to fucking die. I'm sorry. I love you, God, but you're going to fucking die. And he went like, son of a bitch. Is it difficult to make love in a cold? Depending on where you live.
I mean, you act like I'm like out in the snow trying to do this. I mean, you know, you're still inside a warm house, you know. The house is warm. I wear shorts and a tank top in the winter inside, you know. I mean,
Bitch,
I'm
you
not
wear
trying
shorts in the house?
Yeah, in the wintertime, yeah.
Bitch, I'm wearing fucking a hoodie and some sweatpants and some fuzzy socks.
I'm tundra.
You crazy.
I'm made for we live in the cold.
Man,
like,
black
usually,
people are
honestly, 9 times out of 10 in the winter, I don't even pull out like a warm coat until we go under maybe like 10 degrees.
I'm with Dwayne on this one. I got a sweatshirt on and we have the air blasting in my house. I literally have my space heater on down in my basement because we have the air on.
Yeah, see, no.
I gotta be in the
It's gotta
toasty.
be actually, yeah, it's gotta be actually like cold. Like, you know, I've particularly ended up going out when I was pregnant, especially. Every time I would try to go out ice fishing pregnant, it would happen to be like the coldest day of the fucking year. And I mean the
Scarlet,
coldest day of the year. Like -30 and shit. And so, I mean, you still go out and you do things.
You are fucking stupid, my guy. Your dick is going to get frostbite.
Well, I mean, no, because remember, they always say you get it on to stay warm, y'all.
So children are conceived in the winter.
Oh, hella children are conceived in the winter because that's all you got to do, my friend, is be inside locked up in the cold. So lots of children are conceived in the winter. Lots. We got lots of summer babies around here. That's real. So yeah, no. The colder, I do like it cold. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really like extremely hot weather. That's just I'm like I said, I'm too tundra for that. Like hot weather, get me out of that. I don't want to be hot. No. It's nice to have for a few days, and it's nice to feel that warmth. But other than that, you give me like a good 70-degree day, good 60-degree day in the fall. Bueno.
That's my favorite season is fall. I can do without summer and spring, and I don't like winter.
McToe said he was under covers and you aren't exposed on the upward swing, Dwayne. McToe. You make my night sometimes, McToe. I swear.
Big Toe, look. Hold on. Undercovers when you're unexposed to the upward swing, Dwayne. And by the way, you spelled my name wrong. I am going to bitch about that.
Okay. I knew you would.
But no, I will say this. I do like having sex under the covers.
Most people do. I don't know.
Sometimes I don't, depending on what activities I'm getting involved
If
in.
it's really warm, though, you might, like, suffocate. I don't know.
Nah, bro, I still like to have a cover on top of me.
I do, too. I ain't even gonna lie.
I live with my mother, Scarlet.
That's only because I think that's more due to, like, my personal feelings about my body image. I think more than anything. Because
I sleep with a cover every night, depending on how hot it is, for security reasons, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think I could sleep without one. I mean, maybe a sheet if it's extremely hot. Like a couple weekends ago, it was super hot, and we don't have air conditioning at our new place, of which I'm very concerned. But it doesn't get that hot up there usually ever, so it's not that big of a deal. But those couple days that it was like super hot, it was tough to sleep. You know, that's the only thing I don't like about the extreme heat. And I mean, we've been having like 100, 103-degree days, 90-degree days with, oppressive humidity and dew points. That's been the roughest part, honestly.
It's dropped in Ohio. It's been pretty nice. Dwayne can tell you that. It's been nice up here. It's like fall.
You want to know what it's about to be in Tuesday?
What?
It's about to be 90 fucking degrees again, so you might want to get your shorts back out.
Damn.
If you decided to pack your shorts, it's going to be 90 degrees again, man. I hate to burst your bubble, sis, but it's happening.
You see my face? Like, I'm not excited.
Not amused.
And I feel bad for her because she has to dash.
Don't talk. Yeah, and on hot days like that, like, your air conditioner only goes like 10 degrees lower. So, like, I'm still roasting.
That's what I mean. Because, like, right now, I've had my air conditioner on for most of the day, and it honestly takes until about this time in the morning for it to kick on and be cold. And then I have to keep it on and freeze myself out so that it'll actually work during the day. Because as soon as the sun comes out, this damn thing refuses to work. And our temperatures for the week are going to be... let's see. And I'll give them in Celsius for our friends across the pond. It's going to be 31, 30, 31C, 30, 26.
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh.
We're talking mid to upper 80s.
Hey,
yeah, Death Valley is very hot.
You got to repeat like 90% of the shit you just said because you paused.
Yeah,
no, they cut me out. Yeah, we can see the northern lights here, actually. You have to go to northern Minnesota, but you can see the northern lights. And at certain times of the year, especially about now, when that meteor shower comes, if you go up to the Duluth on the north shore of Lake Superior, you can see the Milky Way.
Bro, I gotta watch.
I've always wanted to see the northern lights since I was a little girl. You can't really see them in Ohio.
Yeah, I've never been able to. I've only got to see like a little bit once one time when there was an extreme solar storm that came in. No, they're not noise. You don't hear anything. It's just the colors. It's just something you kind of see at the horizon line, or if you're up north even farther, because you got to be up somewhere away from the lights of the city, away from, all, outside stimulus. And then you can start seeing it in the sky, and it kind of changes color. And depending on, how strong the solar storm is, you can get, yeah. Oh, your grandma lived in Edina, huh? Yeah, we do get weather extremes here. It is like one extreme to the
Bro, I
next. Like
got
you
to
can
see
have
the meteor.
tornadoes and hail and fucking everything else, and then you can have a blizzard and fucking flooding and just all types of shit. Like it is crazy
Scared
here.
me.
And that's interesting. The Southern Lights in Tasmania. Now their lights are pretty cool when you get to see pictures from down there. Their Southern Lights are pretty cool because they do get a lot more red and purple
Night,
and
Renee.
blue and all
Renee,
that. I think she was just pausing herself for a minute. Somebody came to talk to her.
that's Dorian.
Well, let her talk.
I'm
So quit interrupting her.
ready to get off here, actually. I'm getting tired.
I'm getting tired. Well, you can kind of see a little bit of movement in the sky depending on how intense it is, where you might see like a little bit of what would seem like optical flickering, I guess is the best way to say it. It's not necessarily physically moving, but you do kind of see like this weird spacey type shit that happens. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's very hot and then very cold. Like I said, we're going to be 80, 90 degrees. And then, maybe in a month we could have temperatures, 60, 50, maybe even a 40 at night. It does happen pretty quick here. We do have, like, I would say here would be, we have extreme, there was an interesting thing that they've put out a couple times when we have had like -50 and -60 even. And when we've had our super hot days in the summer, there have been specific times where we've been like 150 degrees apart for extremes here in Minnesota. So it is an interesting place. Yeah, the gnats are super bad. Mosquitoes are bad here. Oh, absolutely. Mosquitoes as big as birds. That's the way it works. We
Right,
got all
but
types
guys,
of bugs.
I think we're going to go ahead and end it here.
Yeah.
Renee, is
Come
there
join
anything
me
you would like?
tomorrow.
Renee,
Yeah,
is
come
there
join
anything
me
you would like
tomorrow.
to say?
Yep, come join me tomorrow on Clarity After Dark here on the Freedom Revolution Network. You can go to YouTube right now. Our website, I don't know if it, did you try to go to the website to see if it was up?
I haven't. Renee, do you have any last words you would like to say?
Hold on, I'm not done. I was asking a question. You always want to cut people off, Dwayne. Damn, you asked me what I wanted to say, and I wanted to go see if the website is up, everybody. There is a few other things that need to be fixed, I see, but there is some maintenance going on, but it is fixed. So you guys can go there and you can actually get mobile alerts and notifications for anytime we go live. And check out our shows. Like Dwayne said earlier, it's not just the Night Talk here. We got lots of different other shows. Anybody can become a host too as well. So if you'd like to check that out on the website, there's a section that is Become a Host. And you can create your own program, and we bring you through all the training and teach you what to do and get you on air so you can have your own program. That way you can do what we do here. And everybody has a little bit of different flavor of what they talk about or what their show is about. But really what it comes down to is bringing about a freedom revolution. We need to empower people with knowledge so that they feel that they can take a stand for what's going on around them.
But all right, guys, I think
the website is freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. So let me see if I can find that for you really quick. freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. So it's Freedom Revolution Network. That's who we are. Go to freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. You can find all of our information. Stay updated with us. We're on Facebook, Twitter. We're on Periscope. We're on Twitch. And you can get in contact with me, Instagram, yep, and even TikTok. You can get a hold of me at stationmanager@freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. Get a hold of Dwayne Dwayne at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. Or you can find me on Facebook. I have a Scarlet Anonymous account or Clarity After Dark. So you can find me that way too and send me a message and get a hold of me. And so we're pretty open. Yeah, no. You know, we just want to make sure that people aren't trolls. That's the number one thing. So, you know, as long as you're cool and you're here to ask questions and learn and be a part of the family, we'll support you and we welcome you here.
But all right, guys, that is our time here on the Night Talk. Renee, do you have any closing words?
No, thank you guys for having me. I love you both.
Oh, we love you
Love
too.
you.
Thank you for being here.
Scarlet?
From the land of 10,000 lakes, good night, universe.
From the seas to the skies in this fucked up, shitty ass state of Ohio. Night, universe. And we are